Buenos días para todos. En
Good
nombre
morning, everyone. On behalf of the embassies of the United Kingdom in Latin America and the Caribbean, we welcome all of you to Connect Agro Series, Clean Technology and Smart Agriculture Edition, UK LATC, a space for academic knowledge that will gather for 3 days all of the agro sector with the purpose of showing how, through innovation, technology, and the experience of the United Kingdom, we can contribute to the transition towards a resilient and climatically smart agriculture. To enjoy this virtual experience, we recommend that you can use your Google Chrome operation, close any windows that you have open, and pause any downloads that you have currently active with the purpose of having optimum internet. Also, we remind you that within the options that the platform has, you have the option to see each one of the presentations in the language that you prefer, Spanish, English, and Portuguese. This option can be found in the upper right side of this window, and you can also view and see this live and ask the questions for the presenters and review all of the agenda. We appreciate each one of the allied entities that also made this event possible. Blue Marble Microinsurance, CIEL, Center for Innovation, Excellence and Livestock, CHAP, Center for Agricultural Technology of the United Kingdom, the Administration and Business School of the Andes University, and MTC Manufacturing Technology Center, and also each one of you for participating in this event.
para dar la apertura
To begin Connect Agro Series 2021, we would now invite Fiona Clowder, Regional Ambassador of the United Kingdom Government for Latin America and the Caribbean, COP26. She was named Regional Ambassador of the United Kingdom Government for Latin America and the Caribbean, COP26, on March 2020. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone who are here today from the different countries in the region. As ambassador of COP26 for Latin America and the Caribbean, it is an honor to welcome you to this event in which we will see the potential of collaboration between the region and the United Kingdom in terms of agriculture that is sustainable. First of all, I would like to allow myself to highlight the relevance of the sector in the climate and bioclimate sector. All of the different uses of soil, like agriculture, represent 24% of the global emissions of gases of greenhouse effect, mostly coming from the supply chains, the storage, and logistic chains as well. Also, the sector is highly vulnerable to climate change, making evident the need to adapt practices that are effective for the adaptation. The market is giving clear signs of the transformations that the sector requires. A good performance, both energetically and environmental, have become a factor of competitiveness in the international markets. The market of organic products that have a social responsibility has grown exponentially during the last few years. Great chains, retail chains, have committed to reduce their emissions, starting by their suppliers. It is evident that the sector has to take actions quickly and transform itself towards a sustainable model. The companies should identify opportunities to reduce their emissions throughout the supply chain and establish protocols to be able to monitor their emissions and explore technologies that are clean and innovations that are available within the market that will contribute to the reduction of their carbon emissions. We are less than a week away from beginning the Conference of the United Nations about Climate Change in Glasgow, better known as COP or COP26. As president of the conference, the United Kingdom has created the conditions to accelerate climate change in the use of forests and the use of lands. The agricultural sector is fundamental in this effort. We have set our eyes on the forest, agricultural, and commercial aspects of basic products and also agricultural that is sustainable with the purpose of transforming the sector, while we guarantee its productivity and viability in economic matters. Also, COP26 will have a focus of all of the society, recognizing that the commitment and the involvement of everyone is necessary to be able to carry global economy to decarbonization. In the region, there have also been clear political signals sent through the adaptation of commitments to be able to decrease the emissions of greenhouse effect gases. So from the United Kingdom, we have the firm commitment to keep supporting you through the different programs for prosperity and funding for international climate, to be able to make sure that the national goals are achieved. We know that in innovation, technology, and experience of the United Kingdom, the different countries of the region have found one of their great allies. During the next 3 days, you will be able to connect with the ecosystem of the United Kingdom. Centers of excellence, innovation, and technology, agricultural technology, different companies, entrepreneurships, academia, and other organizations will be able to share their experiences down the path towards carbon neutralization. Also, we will hear how the challenges have become opportunities for improvement for agricultural production that is more efficient and sustainable. This event is also a sample of the great offer that exists in the agro-technological side that the UK is developing to diminish the greenhouse effect gases in the agricultural sector through the use of precision agriculture, robotics, artificial intelligence, treatment of satellite images, Internet of Things, sensors, and connectivity. I am convinced that the next 3 days will be filled with productive exchanges and strategic alliances between the participants of the UK and the region. I would not like to say goodbye without first thanking all of you for your participation, to our allies at Green Marble Chap, NTC, and the Andes University for all of your work to make this event possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your kind words and for being here with us during the opening of the event. To continue with the opening of the event, we now welcome Emily Simons, who has an introduction to the Center of Excellence and Innovation in Livestock of the UK. Emily is the Manager of Business Development in CIEL Livestock. As part of the team of the development of the market and quality meat in Scotland, she had a role as the ambassador for the industry and the organization. She has experience amongst the industry, the agricultural industry, including in farms and within processes in the Department of Quality and Technical Aspects. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Maria and Fiona, for the introduction. Good morning and welcome to the Connect Agro series webinar. I'm Emily Simons, Business Development Manager at CL, Centre for Innovation Excellence in Livestock. I joined the CL team late June 2020 and worked closely with and supporting all of our CL business members. We have some fantastic businesses from within the CL network taking part, and we're delighted to be able to showcase their capabilities and technologies to you today. CL is the UK's Livestock Innovation Centre. We are one of 4 UK agri-tech centres, and these agri-tech centres are a unique collaboration between government, academia and industry to drive greater efficiency, resilience and wealth across the agri-food sector. UK government had a clear strategy behind, backed up by £150 million commitment to UK agriculture by the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. This investment enables the centres to harness leading UK research and expertise, as well as build new infrastructures and innovation. The commitment to agri-tech spreads right through government. In addition to working with BEIS, CL works across other government departments such as environmental, rural and food affairs, international trade and international development. The centres are essential catalysts for change. They are a gateway for businesses seeking access to the very best science, expertise and technologies. We all know our farming industry can sometimes be viewed as traditional by the wider population, but the reality is these centres are stimulating new research, technology and solutions for the agri-food sector. Each has its own unique focus, building capabilities that can lead the world in delivering sustainable food and farming solutions. There are 4 agri-tech centres: us, CL, CHAP, Crop Health and Protection, who bring scientists, farmers and advisors to advance crop productivity and yield across the world. Agri-Epicentre, who support precision agriculture and engineering technology. And finally, Agrimetrics, the world's first agri-food data marketplace. Together, the 4 centres aim to join up existing excellence and invest in new innovative resources. We want to focus on groundbreaking research that doesn't exist elsewhere. And we want to address challenges that no one part of the world of the agri-food sector can address alone. And in doing that, we will help position the UK as a global leader in sustainable food production. The agri-tech centres have thriving membership schemes. We have over 380 organisations now connected and engaged. We've been involved in over 400 projects worth £85 million to the sector. CL's industry members include businesses from across the agri-food supply chain, from pre-farm gate, the likes of Cargill and Elanco, who provide key inputs into our farming sector, to processors such as ABP. Our membership includes retailers like Tesco, but we also work with a range of SME innovators, which includes some really innovative startup businesses, and you're going to hear from some of these today, Biotangents and CMEX. We signpost businesses to the partners and capability who can help deliver solutions. It's an agri-tech centre team effort today, hosting with Dr. Mark Young, Head of Innovation, introducing CL and our capability. And later on, we have Richard Glass, the Innovation Sector Lead at CHAP, introducing some new innovative projects. So let's get started, and I'd like to hand over to my CL colleague, Mark Young.
Muchas gracias, Emily, por aceptar nuestra invitación y por esta intervención.
Thank you so much, Emily, for accepting our invitation and for your intervention.
Iniciamos nuestra programación académica con la conferencia Reducción de emisiones de carbono en la industria ganadera, con nuestro invitado Mark Young. Mark es el director de innovación en el Centro de Excelencia e Innovación en Ganadería del Reino Unido y tiene experiencia en investigación genética e implementación de programas de mejora genética, particularmente en el sector ovino. Mark, bienvenido.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you about
Mark, you are muted. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Mark, you're muted.
I will go back and quickly start again. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. There's a great need for change, and the UK government realised there needed to be a change for agriculture, and that related to a shift in focus from profit and productivity to one about efficiency and environmental impact. So the government formed 4 agri-tech centres, and the aim was to get research out into innovation that industry could pick up and therefore change. Prior to this point, the government was concerned that a lot of agricultural research was not ending up in change in how people were farming. And there's a greater need for change now than ever before as we seek to reduce the impact of farming, but at the same time feed society. So there's several themes here. We've got the theme of One Health, where it's both ourselves, animals, and the plant kingdom that we rely on for agriculture. It's about One Nutrition. We have to use our resources to feed ourselves and livestock. And it's One Environment. We have to farm and look after the environment, both to have a sustainable farm system, but also not to pollute or damage other environments. We've identified a number of challenges for livestock production in particular. These relate to the impact our food systems have in climate, but also the effect of climate on our food systems. So we can see change in weather as temperatures rise, but we also see more variable weather. We have to think about how we farm with that. Resource efficiency is the key to reducing environmental impact, and one way of doing that is to have precision nutrition so that animals are fed what they need by looking at individuals or small groups and their needs rather than treating animals as all having the same need. Health is a very big drag on the system for efficiency, and so we want to look at the endemic or diseases that we have in our industry, and we also need to do that in the face of decreasing reliance on antibiotics. So health and welfare management is important. And even though we can farm efficiently, we also have to think about the product. So food safety, food quality in terms of its nutrient density, and also food integrity. Is it coming from systems that are following what we want farming to be doing? So CL, as one of the 4 agri-tech centres, has 8 academic partners where we've got researchers in animal science and related disciplines spread across England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. Some of these names may be familiar to you. These academics are working with industry, and we have over 70 members. And these range from representative organizations of agriculture through to feed companies, animal health companies, food processors, and retailers. The on-farm solutions is an exciting area, and this is where we've got SMEs who are developing new ideas and new innovations for new processes and new products that can help farmers farm more effectively and more efficiently. And examples of some of the investments we've made, a total of 70 million investment was made in facilities for animal science research. And we've got an indoor, fully housed, high productivity dairy system at the University of Nottingham, which is complemented by an outdoor pasture-based dairy system at Affby in Northern Ireland that also has a beef system in the same grazing platform or grassland platform. The sheep and beef unit is based at Northwick, which is a Rothamsted research site in the southwest of England. And the focus there is very much on environmental impact. And so there's a lot of instrumentation to look at emissions and nutrient losses. We have a large-scale pig centre at Leeds, and that houses 440 sows indoors, 220 sows outdoors, and all of their piglets are finished on site. And we can look at individual feed intakes and various other things of animals passing through that system. And for the poultry industry, we've put up a large-scale research facility at SAUC in Edinburgh, the Alamure Centre, and it can get near commercial scale research done for poultry, looking at nutrition, genetics of the birds, and we can look at animal health remedies as they're applied on a large scale. So some examples of the sorts of things we're doing that relate to reducing carbon footprint of livestock are some trials here. There's one looking at feeding freshly pressed sugar beet pulp, and this lowers the carbon footprint for pig production by removing the need to dry the feed, which is a very energy intensive process. We're looking, like many people in the world, at insect farming, and so we're wanting to see how we can efficiently produce insect larvae as a protein source for chickens and possibly for pigs too. And it doesn't take much imagination to figure out that it'll work, because we know that chickens have evolved to eat insects in the wild environment. And when it comes to fish, we're looking at how farmed salmon can be fed more sustainably in terms of reducing the carbon footprint of their diets, but also reducing wastage from the processing of the fish and looking at byproducts that might be used as protein sources for other livestock species. We've got projects looking at the environmental impact in a dairy farm and a beef and sheep farm in the southwest. The dairy farm at Duchy College is looking at manure management and the emissions that come from manures that are collected in the housing and which are then held in storage and then applied to the fields. And we've got instruments measuring the emission of greenhouse gases at all those sites, in the animal housing, in the manure stores, and on the fields. We're also looking at nutrient outflow into the streams that go away from those farmlets. Complementing that at Northwick, we're doing a similar thing for sheep and beef, and this claims to be the most instrumented farm in the world, where they have 3 farmlets that are managed separately, and they're looking at full emission of gases from the animals, from the fields, and nutrient losses into the streams. The intensity of the data that's collected at Northwick Farm platform is such that they claim to be the most instrumented farm in the world, and that data is used by IPCC modelers to look at nutrient cycling in farming and agriculture. Animal health, I mentioned before, is a very important thing for improving the efficiency of livestock systems. And an example of some trials looking at that are activity monitors. I call this the Fitbit for cows. You can see the ankle bracelet in blue on the leg of the animal in the bottom right. And looking at the movement and behavior of animals, you can pick up changes in behavior which can be an early warning that animals are going to become lame, and you can act to treat that animal earlier to reduce the use of antibiotics, to reduce the loss of production, and to improve the productive lifespan of cows. We're looking at revising the beef nutrition guidelines for beef cattle in the UK. These are almost 40 years old now, and cattle have changed a lot in that time. So if we're going to do precision livestock nutrition, we need to have accurate predictions of how well animals perform for a certain feed, but also what their feed requirements are to obtain a certain level of performance, and all that for the modern beef genotypes. We're also looking at the way we can reduce the carbon footprint in the feeds for dairy cattle, and in particular soya is considered to be a high carbon footprint feed as a protein source in the feeds for high producing dairy cows. And this particular trial was looking at expelled rapeseed, and that's the rapeseed that's left over after you've extracted the oil from it. And it's quite high in protein, and it would showed that you could feed this in place of soybean, and it would maintain milk yields, the milk composition would be good, and the cow health would be good, but it greatly removed greenhouse gas emissions from the feed that was made for those animals. We wanted to get a bit of a benchmark for where livestock in the UK were. So in 2020, we commissioned this report, which you can download from our website. And this was to inform the debate about climate change and the roles of livestock. There's a lot of debate out there, some of it misinformed. And we wanted to make sure we could provide some evidence with a science base that could be used to inform that debate. A number of independent universities supplied experts, and they produced a report which gave us benchmarks for the main livestock species. And from that, they identified the hotspots where emissions were greatest and indicated where we should focus our efforts to reduce emissions. Now, in terms of sustainability, this was just about carbon, and we recognize there are other dimensions of sustainability, but carbon and greenhouse gas emissions are the big issue of the moment, and so it was very timely. We're also restricted our report just to UK livestock farms and food chains because it wasn't felt relevant to do an international study when our focus was about helping UK agriculture reduce its carbon footprint. So the agriculture in the UK has a target of reducing emissions by 64% by 2050. And that's not 100%, which recognises the fact that food production is very important, but also that no system is 100% efficient at capturing energy. And some of that loss of energy goes away as greenhouse gases. We've assumed the same target for livestock. However, what this does is it creates a very big challenge for us. With the current technologies we know now, we think we can only deliver 38% of that goal by 2050. Now, 38% of 64%, if we go back to those units of 64%, we can only reduce it by 24 percentage units, which still leaves 40 percentage units to go. So we've got the majority of the gain we want to make. We don't have the technology available now. So we need new innovations to deliver new ways of reducing these emissions. We also had an assumption in those calculations that there would be a high uptake of the technologies. And that currently isn't the case. So not only do we have to find new ways of reducing emissions, we also have to get industry picking up these ideas and implementing them on farm. So there's two prongs to the need. One is for new innovations, and a very significant need is to help farmers implement new technologies. So what can we do now? If we look at our benchmarks, and I've got two examples here. I've got beef cattle to represent cattle, sheep, and dairy, beef, dairy, and sheep. Most of their emissions come from the emissions related to the methane produced in the rumen, what they call enteric fermentation, and then from the management of manure and fertilizers, where the primary loss is a greenhouse gas is nitrous oxide, N2O. There's a bit of methane, and there's also quite a high energy cost to making artificial fertilizer like ammonium nitrate. And so together, those four things produce by far the biggest part of the footprint for beef production. In dairy production, it's similar. It's mostly coming from enteric fermentation and fertilizer, and sheep also. If we compare that to poultry, we can see manures produce hardly any emissions, and by far the biggest amount of emission is coming from feed and water production. So there's different areas in the ruminants and in poultry, and pigs follow a similar pattern to the poultry. It's mostly about the carbon cost of producing feed. So for ruminants, the major hotspots are the methane and the nitrous oxide from manure and fertilizer. And for poultry and pigs appear to have lower carbon footprints. They had a lower figure per kilogram of product, and feed is the major hotspot. But we also think about what else they do, and they compete for land to produce that feed, and that land could be used for human food production, which we'll look at in a bit more. So the key point so far is to say animal feeds and feeding offer much scope for reducing emissions, and not surprisingly, most of the investments that CL has put on have been related to nutrition and feeding of livestock. So thinking about those metrics, there's a lot of talk about the global warming potential of different products. And if we look at the table in green here, we can see that beef is about 25 times more carbon dioxide per equivalent of warming per kilogram of product than milk. So you'd say beef is very, very much more polluting in terms of greenhouse gas. But that's not really the case when you consider that milk is mostly water. If we adjust that for the protein content, which is probably the most important nutrient in milk and in meat, we suddenly discover that the ratio changes down closer to 3 to 1. So we must be very wary of figures that quote greenhouse gas or carbon footprints on the basis of a kilogram of fresh weight of products, when that fresh weight contains very different concentration of nutrients. Another way we need to be thinking about things, and I alluded to it before, was the fact that some of their livestock rely on feeds that are grown on land that could be growing human food. So poultry and pigs rely on grains and pulses, and those are grown on what we typically call arable land, and that arable land could be used to grow the same type of crop but feed it straight to humans. When we look at that in this top graph, we can see that chicken, pork, pig production, and beef fed concentrates have more in competition for the arable land with human food production than are the forage-based systems for beef and for lamb. And if we adjust that for nutrient density of the different meats that you see on this graph, you can see here quite clearly the difference becomes more marked between chicken and pork and the ruminant animals, the beef and the lamb. And that's because red meat, beef and lamb, has a higher supply of nutrients than does chicken and pork for the same weight. They've got not just good quality protein, they've got some other vitamins and minerals that are very valuable for human diet. And so in terms of the amount of arable land use needed per unit of nutrients that they supply for the recommended daily intake of humans, you suddenly discover that the ruminant animals are very good at that in that regard. So what did our report find? Our report found that there's a number of strategies they recommend for reducing emissions, and these are broad categories: improving efficiency, the genetics, the growth rate, the health, the reproductive rate of the cattle and sheep that you're running. When it comes to alternative feeds, it can be feeds that have a lower carbon footprint, or it can be feeds that do things like reducing the methane that ruminants have produced. And there's a number of areas being explored in this space at the moment. Nitrogen fertilizer use, which has greatly improved the productivity of crops and pastures, needs to be looked at, because there is actually a very high energy cost to production of artificial nitrogen fertilizer. And the suggestion is we should make better use of the manures that we get from livestock, and that requires careful management so that we get those nutrients back into the system and they're not lost to the atmosphere. We can use smart technology to look at animal need and how that varies between animals, and also to monitor things like feeding of animals and their behavior to look at the onset of troubles related to, say, health or welfare. When it comes to carbon capture or carbon sequestration, we know that the soil is one part of the landscape that can do that, but there's other parts of the landscape too in terms of other vegetation, be it trees or hedges on farms. And we must also think about the carbon in soil as being an active carbon, and the type of carbon that means the soil has a higher health and a higher fertility to be more productive and sustain repeated cropping. And the final thing the report found was we need better accounting tools to inform farm managers. There are a number of good systems out there, but they all need to improve a lot to best characterize the total cycling of carbon on farm for farmers. So we think the net zero ambition is good, but very challenging. We believe it's got lots of other dimensions of sustainability we need to look at while we're looking at net zero carbon. And we have aligned our work and will look for links to the different global goals for sustainable development in that regard. And I welcome any questions that you'd like to give me about this. Thank you.
Gracias por estar con nosotros en la mañana de hoy. Tenemos
Thank
varias
you.
preguntas que nos hace el público.
We have several questions.
La primera pregunta es, en ganadería de leche, ¿nos podrías repetir qué suplementos alimenticios se le da al ganado para reducir los efectos de gases invernadero?
Can you tell us? Okay, in dairy farming, what kind of supplements can you put in the feed to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases? And can you find those supplements in Latin America?
My understanding is that a lot of people are excited about some of the red seaweeds, and these seaweeds act to reduce methane quite dramatically. But I also understand there are some challenges because they can be slightly toxic if fed at the wrong levels due to the other things that can come with them in the seaweed, very high salt content, that sort of thing. There is an artificial chemical called 3-nop, which one of the major international feed companies is either patented or registering as a feed additive. And it looks like a cleaner way where you can definitely reduce methane by 20 or 30%, and just by including that into a supplement.
Muchas gracias. Continuamos con más preguntas. Estas tecnologías están diseñadas para sistemas intensivos y extensivos de ganadería.
You're giving me a question, are you, Jorge? I'm not hearing anyone.
Vamos a repetir la pregunta. Estas tecnologías están diseñadas para sistemas intensivos y extensivos de ganadería.
Are these technologies designed for intensive and extensive livestock farming systems?
That's a very good question. Some of the technologies are easiest to implement in an intensive system where animals are fed from a centralized location or where you see animals every day. When you talk about beef and sheep spread over a more extensive area, it is harder to make those sorts of effects where you can control how much of supplements animals are given to reduce the footprint. I think the best thing you could say for extensive agriculture is to look very strongly at the efficiency that comes through good management. So managing cow or ewe fertility to maximize the number of lambs, the number of calves you get from the matings you make. Having good growth rates, so the animals have a shorter period to grow from birth to slaughter, and by looking at efficient conversion of feed into product. And there's some very good evidence from the field of genetics that there are certain families of animals which are much more efficient at turning food into product, be that product milk, eggs, or meat.
We really want to thank Mark for his conference. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
Continuando con nuestra programación, damos paso
Moving on with our agenda, we now hand it over to Rachel Mello with her presentation, The Next Generation of Veterinarian Diagnosis to Enhance the Sustainability of Livestock. Rachel became a member of Biotangents to lead the implementation of sales and marketing, taking new technologies and highly innovative technologies of the company into the market. Rachel has been developing new commercial associations and research associations to promote the innovation with new cases of use and new opportunities in veterinary medicine and beyond. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you. So my name's Rachel. I'm Director of Commercialisation at Biotangents, and I'm also a vet by background. Livestock diseases are getting a lot of attention right now because they have a major impact on sustainability and welfare. And it's estimated that animal disease causes losses of around £220 billion per year, and approximately 20% of all protein produced is lost to disease. And that's only going to get worse over the next 30 years as the growing world population increases the demand for protein. We also have to take into account antibiotic resistance, which is increased when we use antibiotics in an untargeted manner. In order to tackle this, we need diagnostics which provide actionable outcomes to minimize the spread of disease and facilitate the responsible use of medicines to in turn improve profitability and welfare. The challenge that we face, though, is that there are very few diagnostics available which can provide a rapid and reliable diagnosis on the farm and in the veterinary practice. And so samples often have to be collected and then sent to a centralised laboratory. That incurs delays of at least days, during which time the animal's condition may worsen, the disease might spread, and medicines such as antibiotics might be used in an untargeted manner. At Biotangents, we're addressing these challenges with our expertise in isothermal amplification technology. It's a molecular diagnostic technology, and it detects the presence of either DNA or RNA, which is specific to a pathogen or an antibiotic resistance gene of concern. PCR is the most commonly used method currently. However, it requires very rapid and specific cycling of temperatures, and that increases the cost and complexity of equipment that's required. Because our isothermal amplification technology operates only at a single temperature, it means that we can automate reactions in a manner which is cost effective using only simple equipment. And that means that we can make these diagnostic solutions automated and available on the farm and in the veterinary practice where they're needed most. And to enable us to do this, we've got a large containment level 2 laboratory, and we've built a multidisciplinary research and development team who have previous experience in developing clinical diagnostic assays and also creating novel and bespoke diagnostic devices for the veterinary sector. We've got extensive knowledge around isothermal amplification, and that includes our own platform technology, modulaic sensing. And crucially, we've built proprietary computational tools which allow us to model diagnostic reactions using artificial intelligence, and that reduces the amount of laboratory time that's required to develop our solutions. So it helps to keep development cost effective and rapid. And we also have experience with setting up for manufacturing, and we operate under a quality management system. We're currently working on 2 product lines. The first of those product lines is AmpliSpec Lab, and that's for use in the diagnostic laboratories, and it offers throughput benefits to the laboratories while maintaining high diagnostic accuracy. And the first product that we're launching is in December 2021 for bovine viral diarrhea. We're then following that in September 2022 with our first solution for use on the farm and in the veterinary practice. And that solution differentiates between the most common causes of bovine mastitis. So I mentioned the first product that we're launching is for bovine viral diarrhea in cattle. Bovine viral diarrhea directly causes animals to become unwell, but it also causes immune suppression. And that immune suppression means that cattle are then predisposed to other diseases like pneumonia, for example. So as a result of that, the cost impact of having BVD on your farm is absolutely huge. And what I thought I would do is share some of the figures from the costs that we've experienced here in Scotland to highlight why it's so worthwhile to eradicate bovine viral diarrhea from the farm. So farms which do have a BVD problem incur an additional cost of somewhere between $27 and $96 for every cow produced every single year. And that's comprised both of the direct costs, like the need for more veterinary intervention, more medicines to treat secondary infections, but it also takes into account the indirect costs, such as reduced productivity, reduced milk yield, and taking longer to reach a market weight. And in Scotland, our government has made it compulsory to eradicate BVD. And so we have a BVD control and eradication programme in play at the moment. And what has been shown is that for the average Scottish dairy farm, within 1 year, they experience productivity benefits of over $12,000. So while there is a cost, and that's time, not just money, to eradicating disease from your farm, it's well worth it for the productivity benefits that you'll receive, and then can in turn look to preventing BVD moving forward using both improved biosecurity and vaccination. So a little bit on BVD. When an animal's infected with BVD, it excretes virus, which can then go on to infect other animals. And that infection could be through direct contact, it could be sexually transmitted, and it can even be passed across the placenta to the unborn calf. And so because of this, farms need to have very good biosecurity. It can also be transmitted from contaminated surfaces. So that could be trucks that cattle are moved in. It could be between bars at the mart, for example. And animals which are persistently infected, which I'll come back to in a moment, shed very high amounts of virus because their immune system doesn't recognise and respond to bovine viral diarrhea. So there are two types of infection. There's transient and persistent infection. When a cow is exposed to the BVD virus, it then goes on to become infected. And during that infection, there's a chance that it will display absolutely no clinical signs at all. And that's much more likely to happen if the cow has either encountered the virus previously or it's already been vaccinated, so has some immunity. However, growing cattle between 6 and 24 months of age are much more likely to display clinical signs such as abortion, the birth of calves which are weak or have defects. And in adult breeding cows, you might begin to notice issues with fertility. In the dairy herd, you'll notice a drop in milk yield. But one of the most common things that happens is as a result of immunosuppression, and that's an increase in the amount of secondary disease, such as pneumonia. After around 3 weeks, cattle which are generally healthy should be able to overcome that infection, they'll recover, and as a result, they'll have better natural immunity to the virus. And in most cases, they should continue to thrive, assuming that there was no no chronic damage caused by secondary infections. When a pregnant female is exposed to the bovine viral diarrhea virus, she'll react as we discussed previously for the transiently infected animals. So her immune system will respond, she'll clear infection, and she'll gain immunity from the virus, similar to if she had been vaccinated, and she should recover with no ongoing issues. But there is a risk, though, that the bovine viral diarrhea virus could either cause her to abort, to produce a calf with congenital deformities, or most worryingly, and the most serious consequence, is that she may produce a persistently infected calf. That tends to happen when the pregnant cow is infected less than 120 days into her gestation period. At that point, the calf's immune system hasn't fully formed, so it cannot recognise the bovine viral diarrhea virus as foreign. So as a result, the calf's immune system develops, tolerating the presence of the virus. So that calf is then born virus positive and it's persistently infected, which means that it will remain infected for the rest of its life. It will shed high amounts of virus, and it poses a huge threat to the other cattle in the herd, even if they've already been vaccinated. So the purpose of control and eradication schemes is to identify those animals early in life and cull them from the herd to protect the rest of the herd and eradicate disease from the farm. The point at which the pregnant female is infected very much determines the risk of that PI calf being born. So as I mentioned, it's only in those first 120 days of pregnancy, before the immune system is formed, that a PI calf can be formed. There can be consequences at other points during the pregnancy, such as, for example, the calf may be born with deformities or abnormalities, but the only real risk of that PI calf is in the first 120 days. So how do we currently diagnose disease within the herd? Well, I've focused on the commonly available testing methods, and these commonly available testing methods focus on two approaches. The first of those is virus detection. And when we talk about virus detection, that's either detecting genetic material from the virus, or it could be that we're looking for something like a surface protein that's specific to that virus. And the methods that we have available for detecting the virus are our technology, AmpliSpec Lab BVD, an antigen ELISA can also be used, and PCR is another technology which can be used. If we get a positive virus detection result, it tells us that that animal is currently infected with bovine viral diarrhea virus. So what would happen in that situation is that you would then isolate that animal and you would retest them approximately 4 weeks later. If they've become negative, you know it was a transient infection, the animal has now recovered and can return to the rest of the herd. If it returns a positive result for a second time, it's likely that that was a persistently infected animal and it should be culled and removed from the herd to protect your other animals. The other method of testing which we use is immune response detection. So that's when we look for the presence of antibodies, which the cow will only produce having been either infected with BVD or vaccinated against BVD. And so that's a really useful screening method. For example, we can test a representative number of animals within the herd, and if we receive a positive result and there's not a history of vaccination, it tells us that there's a BVD problem within the herd which needs to be further investigated. Our product AmpliSpec Lab BVD is a molecular diagnostic accuracy, and it offers diagnostic laboratories a really simple protocol, easy interpretation of results, and a rapid runtime. And critically, it allows them to have a faster throughput, which is important for delivering reliable results to farmers and vets in the most rapid time frame possible. And I'd like to share a little bit about the partner that we're working with in Colombia now. So we're working with Prove Agri, and Prove Agri is owned and run by veterinary surgeon Juan Cepita, and they provide critical animal health solutions within Colombia. They are the driving force between DVB Libra, which is the bovine viral diarrhea eradication scheme. And what they're looking to do is to reduce the incidence of BVD, but also to help farmers and vets improve the profitability of livestock and make sure that protein is produced sustainably. So we're really excited about this partnership in Colombia. Juan and his team are doing phenomenal work to help drive awareness. And what we would like moving forward is to find partners in other parts of South America to work on BVD control with. So if this is something which is of interest, then please reach out to us. I also mentioned that we're working on a bovine mastitis solution, which is due for launch in September of 2022. Mastitis is an inflammatory response of the udder, which is mainly caused by bacterial infection. It's a major global issue. It currently costs the global dairy industry up to £23 billion per year. And that is composed both of the direct costs, like more medicine costs, but also reduced productivity, like lower quality milk and lower volumes of milk. Because we've got this growing world population to feed, we need to ensure that dairy products are produced sustainably and that we preserve our antibiotics for use in a targeted manner. And this is critical because it causes so many issues to the farmer, such as increased labour costs, increased vet costs. It drives up antibiotic use on the farm. And by driving up antibiotic use, we increase the risk of antibiotics making their way into the bulk tank while those cows are being treated. And while cows have to be treated with antibiotics, we have to discard their milk, which is a waste, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of sustainability. And at the moment, we're culling about 10% of the dairy herd every year because of mastitis problems. And all of this results in losses in productivity on the farm, with the average UK cost of mastitis, an average case would cost in the region of £175. Vets and farmers are working really hard to reduce their antibiotic use, but the reality is that for mastitis, we simply don't have any solutions available which can rapidly and reliably identify the pathogen on the farm. The current on-farm diagnostics involve culturing. They take at least 24 hours to deliver a pathogen ID result, and the laboratory diagnostics take up to a week to deliver results. So what tends to happen is that when mastitis is suspected, animals will immediately receive a broad-spectrum antibiotic, and it's only really those animals that don't improve that get further investigation. So what we're doing is providing a solution onto the farm which will help to reduce the duration of disease, reduce the overall antibiotic use, and reduce the productivity losses. And that solution is AmpliSpec Vet Mastitis. It provides results in just 3 hours on farm. It differentiates between 5 of the most common mastitis pathogens, which account for approximately 90% of all cases. And this will help farmers and vets to determine which treatment is most appropriate immediately without delay to get the best possible treatment outcome. And most critically, for our farmers, this facilitates savings of over £3,000 per 100 cows per year. So to summarise, we're using isothermal amplification technology to address critically unmet needs within the sector. Our first product for BVD control is launching in December this year. Our first point of care product for mastitis pathogen diagnosis will be available in September 2022. And we're keen to hear from partners who are interested in collaborating on BVD control. So if that's of interest, please reach out using the email address at the end of the presentation. I'd like to close by saying thank you for the opportunity to share more about our business today. I'd be happy to take any questions, and please feel free to get in touch. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Rachel, por su participación en la mañana del día de
Thank
hoy.
you so much, Rachel, for your participation today. Now we have several questions that the audience have. The first one is, Can these kits be used by small farmers directly, or must they be used with the help of veterinarians?
So for our BVD product, which is launching in December of this year, that would generally be carried out by the diagnostic laboratory. So somewhere like the centralized laboratory at the university, for example, would be someone who can carry out that testing. But what we're bringing to the market in September next year is something which can be used both on the farm by small producers and also in the veterinary practice, so that there's no delay associated with posting samples off to the laboratory and having to wait to get those results back.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Moving on with another question. In Latin America, we have a great variety of different breeds and productive ecosystems. Are these solutions applicable to all bovine species?
Yes, so the solution that we're working with at the moment, we do believe that it is appropriate for all bovine species. But what is critical for us as a business is to ensure that every time we launch into a new market, that each solution has been validated for use in that market. So for example, in Colombia, we're working very closely with Prove Agri to do country evaluations across a range of samples collected from across the country. And that allows us to absolutely demonstrate that this solution is effective locally, not just where we've developed it in the UK, but where you need it to work to get the right results.
Muchas gracias, Rachel.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for your participation and for being with us in Connect Agro series.
Thank you for having me.
Seguimos con nuestra próxima programación con Owen Harris y su
Moving
conferencia.
on with our next presentation, Owen Harris and his presentation, Genetics with Positive Impact. Owen is the manager of international sales and summits. After finishing his program in Harper Adams University College, Owen was an analyst for Cogent Reading ATV, and he spent a year in Canada before returning to the United Kingdom as a regional sales manager. Owen began his current role as International Sales Manager of CEMEX in October 2019. So Owen, welcome.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here speaking to you today. So what I'm going to talk about today is some of the products and services that we offer UK farmers, and I'm going to finish off with a bit of a case study of how that's been implemented on one particular farm and the results we've been able to achieve. But I think the first thing that we should maybe look at is how fast our industry has moved on. Our industry feels like it's been doing the same thing for a long time, but in reality, we're only really in the infancy of modernized agriculture. And we won't keep on succeeding by doing things like we are today, just the same as 20, 30 years ago, people didn't succeed by doing what they were doing at the time either. We are leaders in innovation in our industry. And I think when you look at the progress that we've made as an industry, thinking that not even 70 years ago, we made the first frozen semen, and less or nearly 60 years ago was when we first started exporting semen. It shows the progress that we can make as an industry. To look at CEMEX specifically, and I'll talk a little bit about what we do, we invest a lot into research and development, and through our daughter company Bovitech, which specializes in research and development, especially on embryo transfer, we have been able to capture greater genetic gain over the last few years. Of course, we try and do everything to advance our customer, and what we do as a company has our customer in mind at all times. And rather than trying to create solutions that we then implement for our customers, we really look at what our customer needs to achieve and develop our programs in line with that. So developing and delivering innovative genetic solutions is one of the things we would be most known for. Strategic planning. Our industry is becoming very commercial. The need to be resilient and to drive profits for our customers is very, very important. And this is what we can do, and we demand that the best from ourselves, our company, and what we do for our customers in our day life. As a company, just to give you an idea of where we fit into global agriculture, we have 40 years of international marketing experience. We market in over 80 countries. And again, research and development is key to us right across our company. And it's the fundamental driver for us to drive forwards and to keep adapting to our modern customer. And like you say, we employ over 1,800 people worldwide. So looking at specifically what we do, so this is the bit that's more relevant, and the products and services that we do have. And you'll hear us talk about each of these going forward. Like I said, our focus is always on increasing the profits of our customers, making sure they survive to provide the food and produce that ultimately the consumer right across the world needs. I'm taking it back a little bit to the UK, because what we see in the UK actually seems to be a driver for what changes we tend to see right across the world. And I think this picture I'm going to paint here of what's happening in the UK will resonate with many people on this call today. You'll see it in your own countries. You'll see the same changes. In the UK, we're seeing about 5% reduction in dairy producers year on year. As you can see, over the last 2 years, we've lost 700 producers, sorry. We're now down to 8,000. The prediction is that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will lose another half of the amount of producers. But what that means is the same amount of milk will get produced from less farmers. the same amount of cows, which does mean that herd sizes will get bigger. Just in that same 2-year period, you can see the average output for each producer has grown from 1.44 million litres to nearly 1.56 million litres by April 21, and the speed of that is increasing. And what's driving that is profitability of farms in the UK. And again, this is something that is being seen all the world over. The milking herd nationally is roughly the same size as it always has been, just 30,000 change in the last 6 years. But what we are seeing is the amount of dairy replacements is right-sizing itself to the economical models. You can see people are trying to find efficiency by calving in their heifers younger, calving in by 2 years of age, rather than waiting for older calving, which was something that was fairly common in the UK up until about 10 years ago. You can see on that middle line there, from 409,000 animals over 24 months of age that have not calved and are not producing in the national dairy herd, down to 265,000. Now, on face value, that could be seen as the dairy replacements are reducing, but when we look at the heifers between 12 and 24 months of age, they are more or less the same. So it is, in fact, pointing towards a drive in efficiency in progressive agriculture and people trying to calve younger to get those animals into a productive state faster. And how is this being achieved, or what's happening side by side to this that we need to be aware of? The UK, as I said, is one of the early adopters of new technology, and they were in fact one of the early adopters of sex semen. And when we look at 2020 data, it shows that over 50% now of all dairy semen is actually sexed semen, female sex semen. Compared to 2012, only 8 years ago, that was only 12% of the dairy semen. So it is a rapid change. And this is the same pattern as we're starting to see in other parts of the world already. I would say the US would be second to the UK in following this pattern. There are, in fact, many herds in the UK already that are only using sexed dairy semen and beef. And you can see that coming through already. This shows the total amount of semen used. 52% is dairy semen sales, which we already know over 50% of that is sexed, which means when the heifer numbers is static, there must be an increase in beef semen, which we're seeing here from 25% back in 2013 up to just under 48% in 2020. So quite a massive swing in the UK. And this next slide shows that globally, we've only seen a 10% change so far in beef sales over the period of 2019, compared to a much bigger swing in UK terms. And that takes me back to my first point, that the UK tends to be an early adopter, and what we see happening as normal in the UK ultimately lands up happening right across the world. But what does that mean? What it means is that with more cows being bred to beef, the females that we are breeding to dairy, it's that much more important to get the best value out of those pregnancies. And at the end of the day, no amount of genetic gain can be achieved if there isn't a pregnancy. And that's why one of the things we've tried to do at CMEX is to increase our standards and our fertility thresholds within a straw of semen over the last 4 or 5 years, to ensure that when the producer chooses to use a dairy straw of semen on a cow, whether that be sexed or conventional, that we are maximizing their ability to get that cow pregnant. Once the cow is pregnant, the next challenge is to make sure that that cow was pregnant to the right semen, and that resulting pregnancy has an impact on our herds. One of the things CMEX, and we've again made full use of this in the UK, probably one of the countries which follow this technology more than anyone, is our Immunity Plus genetics. So this is something that was developed in conjunction with Guelph University in Canada. It is exclusive to CMEX. And this looks at, regardless of the individual genetic traits that dairy genetics can offer, it specifically looks at the immune ability of those dairy genetics, regardless of their genetic levels and traits. And what we've seen, and this is starting to show through in the UK, animals that have been bred this way are part of this data here. We've seen 30% less disease compared to the average when we look at high immune animals versus low or average. And that's right across the board in terms of abortion, in terms of ketosis, lameness, mastitis, and especially on fertility traits as well. And again, by putting the same pressure on the male side as the female side, we can extrapolate those gains that much further. Genomic testing is another area where the UK and the US are really at the forefront of things. In the UK now, 25% of all pedigree Holstein calves are genomic tested at birth. What we're able to do, as well as provide all the standard traits, we're able to do an immune check on those genotypes and evaluate the animals into a high, medium, or low category. And that is where we see the best chance of getting that 30% less disease when we combine the female high immunity with the male. But of course, we can't just select for immunity. We must make sure that we select for the genetic traits that drive value on the farm as well. And that's why we've got the CMEX Works program. And I will show you in a couple of slides how all of this has been brought together on one farm and the results is achieved in a very short amount of time. But different to many programs in the world, we put the return on investment for the farmer first. The world is changing, margins are getting tighter, and farming is now much more of a business rather than just a way of life. As a small island in the UK, our land resources are not unlimited, and each animal has to be the most efficient and it has to pay its way. So we start from a point of view of what actually pays for that farmer, what actually delivers profit, and we work it back from there to the type of animal that farmer needs to breed. So we create a client index specifically for that farmer, which allows us then to put high selection pressure on the animals that will drive their business forward. Be that in terms of identifying the females that will give us the greatest genetic gain, be that in terms of the animals that are the most fertile, which we know would have better results if we use sex semen on, or if it is actually identifying the type of animals we don't want to breed from, removing them from the breeding population and using beef from them, which does increase our average genetic level within a herd. And on top of ranking the females, this also ranks the males. Combining this with beef, and this is something we've seen a lot in the UK already, is by using beef on dairy cows, we're already seeing the profitability of beef herds is not what it used to be. And the dairy herd will be the beef herd of the future. There is no doubt of that. In the UK, 50% of the beef eaten is coming through the dairy herd, whether that be dairy cows at the end of their lives or beef calves out of the dairy herd. And we're expecting that to reach over 70% within the next 10 to 15 years. As a result, these calves are worth more money, and we're on average saying that a beef cross calf out of a dairy cow is worth at least $100 more per head than a dairy male calf from those same cows. And in fact, that is getting bigger. In the UK, we have legislation that says Holstein or dairy bull calves must have a life of at least 8 weeks, which will mean that more of these calves have to be reared. And as we know, the returns on those animals, or the overall selling price for those animals, is less than a beef calf, and therefore there will be pressure at calf value when the buyers place their demand. And on top of that, the UK was one of the main adapters of cow sensory technology in terms of detecting heats. At the start, back in 2008, it was mainly just heat detection or estrus detection, and nothing more with it. Now it's become a lot more sophisticated than that. It will look at monitoring the health as well as the reproduction. And we've seen systems pay for themselves in as little as 18 months. On the farm that I will speak about shortly, this has actually replaced the herdsman on the farm. The herdsman was specifically employed to do the fertility work and was doing a job to the same standard as the national averages, whereas this system, one investment in a system, has taken them up by 40% in terms of pregnancy and removed the need for 1 unit of paid labour. And of course, when we've selected the right genetics, we've selected the right cows to breed from, we've implemented the right strategy, we must then make sure that those right bulls are used on the right cows. And one of the problems we're seeing more than anything at the moment is with more and more haplotypes and recessives being found. And most haplotypes would affect fertility, certainly in the case of early embryonic loss, usually between day 14 and day 40. It is important that we avoid those, going back to my original point, that if we can't create a pregnancy, then there is no genetic gain. So Optimate, which is our mating program, does allow us to match genetics based on their capability to drive towards the customer's goals, but whilst also protecting the customer in terms of fertility. And lastly comes the bull. The bull, by all means, is still important, but it's not all about the bull. Very different to 15 or 20 years ago, when the bull and selecting the bull was the one and only choice to make. It is now part of the things to look at. And we have an internal program, we call it Progenesis. This allows us to maybe breed cows differently to what general farmers will, which allows us to find outliers in the population. We're performing very well. Our aim is to get to 25% of the top GTPI level. We're on course to achieve that. But also it allows us to pick bulls that are relevant to other countries in the world as well. And this slide just shows the amount of herds that we work with, working with the top 1% of farmers in the world to achieve those genetics. So like I said, coming on to this case study, which is a few slides long, this is a herd which was performing to national average levels previously, was buying semen from a little bit here, there and everywhere, from any company they felt like they liked the bull. We went in at the start of 2021, created a genetic strategy for this herd, utilizing all of the different tools in our toolbox, and came up with a proposal for them, which they did implement. So this herd went on the AI24 system with us, where they put cow sensory collars on all of the cows. They utilized our Elevate genomic testing and heifer programming tool out to make sure that we were creating the right amount of heifers for their herd needs. That allowed them to increase the use of beef semen within their herd, driving greater returns in calf sales. But also, one of the problems this herd was having was with fertility and getting cows pregnant in the first place. So as you can see, this herd consists of 419 cows. You can see the distribution of open versus inseminated versus pregnant and barren cows on this first screen, and it's a fairly typical herd. It's not a young herd, it's not an old herd, it's fairly typical compared to other UK herds, and I'm sure herds right across the world. As you can see at the bottom of this screen, we implemented this system in March 21, so about halfway along. And already very quickly, you can see that the spread of data condenses by quite a bit. The collars meant that heats were getting picked up more accurately. We were identifying the timing to serve those cows much more accurate to what was delivering pregnancies. And all of a sudden, you can see on especially the red dots higher up on this level, they were bad. They were cows that were returning and were negative when scanned for pregnancy. And since the collars come in, you can see the average distribution of those red dots coming down quite a bit. You can see the distribution of the yellow blocks, which is the insemination line, becoming much more close to the blue line, which is the voluntary wait period. And this herd's fertility results is improving as a result. So going back, this is the pregnancy rates that we've seen. So you can see in the pregnancy rate, the PR% level there. And I think you can see behind the panel, the previous 12 months worth of pregnancy rate for this herd was 15%. Just with this system being in place for 7 months so far this year, we've already got the average pregnancy rate up to 21%. And we should bear in mind that 14% is the national average. So this herd was already at national average, and we've helped them exceed that. But it's the consistency that we've been able to adapt into this. And there's a number of reasons for that. One is the caller is making a better judgment than a person, and in this case, multiple people, in terms of when to serve an animal, and also is the animal actually in estrus. The other thing combined with the caller data is the information behind that in terms of previous fertility data for those cows. And where we're able to use that data, we're able to make informed decisions that we do not use sex semen on problem cows or problem breeders, which again helps us drive up the fertility. And the other side of it is we're using fertility first genetics, which is our high fertility semen, both on the conventional and the sexed, which means we're getting more pregnancies when we are inseminating cows as well. But like I said at the start, we're never going to succeed by just doing the same as what we've always done. And we're already seeing in some parts of the world, and indeed some of the progressive herds in the UK, a change to wanting to achieve the best. And before, it was always a case of, well, let's use the top 25 or 30% of our own genetics to create the next generation. And one of the most recent additions to our lineup is the embryo strategy, an IVF embryo strategy. And this looks at accessing the top 1% of global genetics, allowing farmers to see an instant gain in their level of genetics much faster, much more economical than it would be if they were to try and do this over a number of generations. So this is something that we are looking to the future. This is something that particular herd is considering at this stage as well. We have got herds in the UK that have done this, but maybe this will be more relevant to some of the listeners in the countries from Latin America. Embryos, we know, compared to semen, has a better success rate during periods of heat stress because the embryo has got through that crucial first 7-day period. We are seeing higher rates of success versus semen, and especially sex semen during that period. We are the only company in the world that offers genotyped embryos, which does allow customers to know exactly what they're getting, knowing that the calves will be female, and therefore knowing exactly where they're heading genetically. We've got over 25 years of experience in this and 140,000 embryos produced in 2020. So whilst it's a new commercial venture, it is something which is tried and tested across the world. And we will continue to address the future by putting continued focus on value-added genetic solutions. We will continue to focus to be the #1 genetic company globally. We will increase investment in research and innovation and in capacity for the sex semen and our beef program as the world changes to a sexed and beef strategy. And we will help deliver this by the use of the best people right across the industry. So I hope that presentation has given you a good insight into what we have been doing, how we've implemented those technologies in the UK, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Owen, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros en la mañana de hoy.
Thank you so much, Owen, for being with us this morning. We have two questions from the audience. The first one is this. In order to reduce carbon emissions from livestock, have you seen any trend because of this change in genetics in the UK?
We have and we haven't. There's a great discussion in the world at the moment about how to measure carbon. We have launched some traits in the UK, such as feed saved, which of course many people will say, well, if we're saving on the feed that we're feeding an animal, it must reduce the carbon. And there's an argument that that is true. However, there's also an argument that we should look at the efficiency of what they produce versus what they eat, and just looking at the feed saved will not answer that. So there are new traits coming through that does now measure the environmental impact of those genetics. They have just been launched in the last 2 and a bit months, so we haven't seen it yet. But I think what we have seen and what we will see going forward is that the efficiency is going to be key no matter what system you're on, whether it's high input, high output, or low input, low output. The efficiency of those animals will be key. Knowing what traits make them work for you on each of your systems will be key. And I think using a client index rather than a national index may help in some ways, because we all know farms differ even within countries. So selecting specifically for each farm will help drive carbon down even more.
Muchas gracias. Seguimos con nuestra segunda pregunta para Owen.
Thank you. The next question. These benefits, can you see them from the first generation that is born through this method? Can you see those benefits since then?
I suppose my question would be, are you talking specifically on the carbon and on the efficiency, or are you talking about the genetic level? If we're looking at the genetic level, then yes, we would see that in the first generation, providing the sire match is correct and that it drives you forward. When we look at the immunity, for example, yes, we would see the benefit of that immunity data straight away. We have got herds in the UK, and the data I was showing is an amalgamation of all the data, but we will see right from the first generation of the first use of those high immune genetics, we will see a gradual shift of improvement in those individual traits. Now, it won't be linear. It won't be that everyone will see the same change. It will depend already on what genetics they used. It will depend on their management level that they're used to and that their cows live in. But generally, we have seen an improvement right from the first generation. In terms of if your question is related to carbon and the efficiency and where we might see that in the future, I think as with genetics, we'll see the same things. we will see if we're able to accurately identify animals that are more efficient, then we will see that come through in the first generation. I don't think we will see any trait come out which is a direct carbon trait, because it will always reflect the system and the management that that animal is housed in and performs in. But yes, if there is a way of driving efficiency, then we will see that from the first generation onwards.
Perfecto. Owen, nuevamente, gracias por estar con nosotros en la mañana de hoy.
Thank you so much, Owens, for being with us this morning. And thank you to all the people that are with us this morning. And we would like to welcome the ones that are connected with us. Remember that you can ask questions from each of our speakers through the chat so that they will answer them live. Next, Luciano Patruno is going to present his conference, Reducing Greenhouse Gases in the Livestock Sector through the Application of Nitrogen Fertilizers. Luciano is from Mendoza, Argentina. I'm going to tell you a bit about him. He's a nuclear institute from the Balseiro Institute. He moved to Norway in 2006 to do a doctorate in chemistry at the Science and Technology Norwegian University before joining and to apply as head of research and development to work with plasma technology, gas liquid absorption, and field agronomy tests. He worked in different roles in research and development in the main international companies. He's a passionate of technology, and he has a strong commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and empower producers to achieve a circular economy. Welcome, Luciano.
Increasing the land that is required and without increasing the emissions by producing more food. And we attempt to apply it. We seek to fundamentally improve global food production by increasing yield and cutting those emissions. And to apply enables the farmers to produce their own fertilizer using slurry or digestate, air, and electricity. This is more than a small-scale way to produce nitrogen. This is a way to take better care of resources by turning a linear value chain into a more circular one. From global and fossil fertilizer production, we empower the farmer and we give them the resources to make their own fertilizer. That turns the farmer into a more valuable product, or provides the farmer with a more valuable product based on their waste, basically. So a small unit which improves the slurry, and it increases the value and it stops the emissions. And it's a rather simple process. Step one, we create reactive air from air and plasma. The plasma we created with electricity. And step number two, we absorb that reactive air in the manure or in the slurry, in the waste of the farm. This is a patent technology, and we have been working with this for the last 12, 15 years. And this is just to show you the value of our treatment. If you think about an untreated fertilizer, there is or untreated manure, there is a component of organic N that is shown in the brown bar on the top. And there is also a part of ammonium. But that ammonium, half of that ammonium will be lost as ammonia to the environment. So that is not only emissions, but it's also losing a very valuable component. So by treating the waste, the slurry with our process, we can hold that ammonia, we stop the emission, and on top of that, we add more or less the equivalent of nitrates. Nitrates is, as you know, the food or the rocket fuel for plants. And we also add a tiny bit of nitrates, and that helps in stopping the emissions during storage. And it will also oxidize and go back to nitrates. That is also food for the plants, so fertilizer. So as you can see, by treating the manure with our process, we are doubling and almost quadrupling the value of the fertilizer in the manure. And this is not just a small machine to produce fertilizer. This is an integrated, a complete solution that we can have in the farm. It will completely annihilate the emissions of ammonia and methane, both from the storage, but also on the application. And that is whether we apply it on a spreader or on a band spreader. We can definitely reduce the emissions with that. It will also eliminate the odor. We have tried with different substrates, with different wastes. And after our treatment, the manure can have a smell sometimes close to chocolate, sometimes close to salt water or ocean water. Definitely not the pungent smell from waste. It's a green fertilizer with almost no carbon cost, and it will definitely have a higher nitrogen use efficiency that I can talk a little bit more after in my presentation. And this is to show that it's not only a concept, but we have implemented in different pilot farms across the UK and in Scandinavia as well. We have, in particular, this picture is from a farm in York, where they have something around 400 to 500 cows. And we treat the waste from those cows in our machine, producing the fertilizer they use. And independent from our research, we contracted with ADAS. ADAS is an independent agri research institute that can do the measurements to substantiate our claims. And they have been doing studies for the last 2 years. Ammonia loss and this is a trial that we did with digestate treated with our process, applied to winter wheat in spring. They used a band spreader, and it was digestate with hours after it has been applied to the soil, and in brown is our emissions from the soil. So it's more than a 98% reduction in total. We also studied the yield effect of comparing our plasma fertilizer to untreated and to the standard chemical fertilizer or mineral fertilizer. And we saw almost a 50% increase in yield compared to untreated manure. So here we can see that there is value both in stopping the ammonia from the manure, but also on adding those extra portions of nitrates and nitrites to the fertilizer. So you can see here in blue the yield for using our plasma treated fertilizer, and in red yield for untreated fertilizer. The curves to the right in green, it's the chemical fertilizer applied in different doses or in different concentrations. Typically, farmer would use something in between 100 to 200 kilograms per hectare. So even in the top yield bar, that is 200 kilograms per hectare, the yield is significantly similar to our plasma treated fertilizer. And this is to show that it varies from soil to soil and from field trial to field trial. Here we've shown just the first 10 trials that we did. This is in different conditions, different soils, and different crops. And we have compared application rates either by volume, that means that it will be more nitrogen in our fertilizer, or by matching nitrogen, total nitrogen content. And we can see that for some cases it's not so marked increase, whereas for other pilots it has been almost 100% increase in nitrogen use efficiency compared to untreated manure. And this varies a lot from season. I can say a little bit more on the ones to the left. That was a particularly dry period that there was almost no yield, neither with ours or with untreated. So we see a varied effect, but we can say that in average, there is a 40–50% increase in nitrogen use efficiency by using our plasma treatment. So we have a very interesting partnership with CL, that's the Center for Innovation Excellence in Livestock, and the University of Leeds. They have purchased one of our machines, and they have installed it at the pig center in Leeds. The idea is to run the machine with the pig manure so that we can tune our machine and improve performance and efficiency, but also to be the pioneers in that front. I'm sharing here some of the pictures from the installations. On the top left, you can see two big tanks. Those are the standard storage tanks the university has for the big waste. Those are installed there from before, and we take advantage of those, and we use them as the feeding tank to our machines. And so one is the feeding tank, and the other one is the storage or the reservoir of the treated manure. And on the bottom row to the left, you can see a picture of our machine. Everything is set into a 20-foot container that it's easily shipped or moved from location to location. And in this picture, you might be wondering about so many tanks around, and that's because we have kind of like a commercial/pilot installation with a lot of instruments and a lot of tanks that allow us for flexibility. But in a commercial installation, those are not needed. So we just have the machine being fed manure and producing the fertilizer. So we've done a market impact on the pork industry, and by using our plasma unit, and we can estimate that there is around 250 tons of CO2 equivalent being reduced by using our machine. So this is a global warming potential study, a GWP study. And we can reduce 240 tons of CO2 per year per machine. That is coming from mainly the methane reduction from the storage and the ammonia reduction, the emissions of it, both from storage and from application. There is also a bit of GWP benefits from the offset of fertilizer use or nitrogen use. And this would be typically applied to 740 pig places. So it's a sizable pig farm. If this is applied to cows, then one machine could treat something in the range of 200 to 250 cows per day. So still, it's a small machine, but with that we cover most of the applications in the UK and in Europe. If there are more animals that need treatment, then the machine is scalable. So we could either pile machines or make a mega unit, a larger machine. So we estimate that in the UK, we could have a 33% reduction in the carbon footprint by using our technology. So just as a summary, we have seen a 99% reduction of the emissions from methane. We also see a strong reduction of ammonia emissions, both from storage and from application. As you might know, pig slurry is unstable and it's very potent. And by processing it with our machine, it's more friendly to use and it's more stable, so that we can keep it stored and use it in summer, for example. So yeah, just to wrap up, this is an excellent way to lead the way and capitalize on our technology to reduce carbon footprint and to move to a more carbon neutral pork industry. In my opinion, early movers will be in a very good position by using this technology. So thank you very much for the opportunity, for listening, and of course I will address your questions, and if not now live, please, I will be happy to answer questions by email. Thank you very much.
Luciano, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en la mañana de hoy. Tenemos dos preguntas.
Luciano, thank you very much for being with us today. We have two questions from the audience. The first question is, the application process of this type of fertilizer is similar to the traditional fertilizers, or is it a specialized process?
Yes, that's a very good question. So we treat the liquid manure and we produce a fertilizer that is in liquid form. So we are independent of the weather. If you think about applying chemical fertilizer that it's in pellets, in dry pellets, then you need to apply it on a very particular time of or days or specific periods when you know that there's going to be rain. This is liquid, so you can apply it at any moment. And since we are stopping the emissions of ammonia and methane, there is no need to take into consideration temperatures as well. So it's more close to the application of untreated slurry, but with the benefits of more nitrogen in the liquid.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Otra pregunta.
Perfect, thank you very much. Another question. How can we access this technology in Latin America? Do you have any distributors in the region?
Yes, that's also a very interesting question. Thank you for that. We are now in the market validation and technical validation within Europe and UK. We have also started discussions with the US to distribute our machines. Still not, I'm not aware of any discussions in Latin America. But of course, very happy to start that. Please drop me an email and we can further discuss.
Agradecemos a Luciano por
We thank Luciano for his intervention and all of you for being available to ask questions and being very much attentive.
We're going to continue with our academic agenda, and we receive Richard Glass with his conference, Sustainable Farming Practices to Help Accelerate Agriculture Towards Net Zero. He has over 30 years of experience, Richard, working on application and crop protection technology with a big, wide spectrum of crops and climate zones. He has worked in Latin America, France, and Spain. Over 23 years working with the UK government, he has coordinated projects financed by the EU and the EFSA related with pest risk assessment and sustainable agriculture, especially in Spain, with the development of the MIP Pest Management Program and Biological Control. Welcome to Connect Agro Series, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I work for one of the 4 UK agri-tech centres, Crop Health and Protection. So I'm just going to give you an overview of what we do at CHAP and some examples of some of the work we do. So as I say, we're one of the 4 agri-tech centres, along with CL, who you've just heard from. And we're looking to join up expertise within the agri-tech centre and promote innovation to bring new products to market and improve sustainability across the sector. So within CHAP, then we have 4 main areas that we're looking at. We're looking at climate change and net zero, sustainable production, food security and nutrition, and resilient food systems. And all 4 of these areas relate to increasing sustainability, reducing the reliance on fossil fuels, and moving towards net zero carbon in terms of food production and the food supply chain. And overall greenhouse gas emissions, it's not just CO2, it's other greenhouse gases that are emitted from agriculture. We're looking at 5 different pillars where we're focusing our research: advancing intelligent agronomy, innovative crop health strategies that involves looking at using non-synthetic pesticides, biological pesticides, soil and crop health systems, which is key to improving soil health and sequestration of carbon in the soil, controlled environment agriculture, where we can grow crops in temperate regions and increase the potential for using renewable sources of energy to make crop production more sustainable, and looking at crop and protein diversification as the world population tends to move away from a high meat-based diet more towards a plant protein diet. So in terms of intelligent agronomy, then there's a lot of new tech around in the Agritech Center. So this is looking to improve the decision-making made on farm by the farmer or the agronomist, using data in real time or using data that's been collected in the previous few days to give the advisor, the farmer, an idea of the state of the crop, looking at potential crop or pest diseases and how to deal with those in the most effective way. So this is looking to make better use of resources, leading to sustainable farming practices. So the innovative crop health strategies, then we're looking to use a wide range of techniques as part of an integrated pest management program to control pests and diseases and weeds. The availability of synthetic pesticides is reducing dramatically. So farmers are having to switch to alternative methods of control. And some of the methods of control that we're using now aren't as strong as the synthetic pesticides used in the past. So it means using a number of techniques together to control particular problems. With the soil health, then we're looking to change the way that the crops are grown to reduce the movement of the soil, switching away from ploughing towards no-till or min-till to preserve the organic carbon in the soil, to improve the soil health, and to improve the way that nutrients are taken up from the soil by the crop, making the crop more healthy and reducing the reliance on the addition of fertilizers, particularly those based on ammonium nitrate. At CHAP, we have a number of controlled environment agriculture facilities where we're looking at how best to grow crops in a greenhouse or in a vertical farm. And this can use renewable energy for lighting and heating, and use a range of sources such as combined heat and power, where heat and CO2 from a power plant can be directed into the greenhouse, saving CO2 emissions and making better use of the heat. This is all part of a circular economy that we're looking to develop, where we don't waste anything, and all of the waste from one particular aspect of crop production can be used in another part of that same system. So at CHAP, then we have a number of partners around the UK. CHAP's main office is in the north of England, in York, on the same site as Ferrer. But you can see that we have partners all the way from Dundee in the north down to Surrey in the south of England. So the partners are the part of CHAP who carry out much of the research work that we do. We also have industrial partners. You can see there in the bottom left, who also can get involved with some of the projects that we do and help us with networking and providing expertise within the food chain. So at each of our partners, we have a number of capabilities. So these have been set up with UK investment, mostly capital investment, to provide facilities that can be used to develop new ideas and new technologies in the Agritech Center. These are open access facilities, anybody can use them, and they're run by each of the partners. And CHAP plays the role here in trying to link them together and also look for opportunities, both commercially funded opportunities and also grant-funded opportunities, be they UK government grants or grants from the EU or from overseas. So some examples of some of the facilities that we have. Then at Cranfield, we have a plant phenotyping and soil health facility, which is run together with Agri-EPI, one of the other agri-tech centers. So within the greenhouse, we have 1 cubic meter soil lysimeters, where we can look at different types of soil cultivation, different types of soil enhancement, and various aspects related to drought stress and nutrient stress. And with the phenotyping platform, which runs overhead of the lysimeters, that can do multispectral scanning to try and detect changes in the leaf color to show plant health, plant stress, and it can pick up changes which aren't visible to the naked eye. So it gives you an early indication of what's going on at the plant level. So this is very much related towards improving soil health. And moving on to phenotyping, then we've also got a phenotyping facility at Rothamsted Research. And here we can use the phenotyping to identify things such as slugs. Here we have a project looking to identify 2 particular species of slug, which are a particular problem in brassica crops such as oilseed rape. And we can identify with great certainty that the species of the slug, so that any beneficial slugs wouldn't be controlled by subsequent treatment to that particular area of the crop. We have a project which I'll go into a bit later, where we're identifying the species and the location of the slugs and then controlling them. So the phenotyping can detect changes in leaf color which aren't visible to the naked eye. One of our facilities which is being used more and more is the Fungal Biopesticide Development Laboratory. And here we can screen a number of fungal and bacterial organisms to see whether they have an ability to control pests or diseases in crops. So we can do initial screening in the laboratory to detect potential fungicidal activity, and then move on to do lab-based, greenhouse-based studies at one of our other facilities. So there's a lot of interest in developing biopesticides at the moment, getting away from using the synthetic pesticides and trying to fill some of the gaps in the crop protection toolbox that farmers are having to use at the moment. The vertical farming facilities that we have one at Stockbridge Technology Centre, which is this one. We also have another one in Scotland, in Dundee. And here we're looking to optimize the way that these crops are grown, particularly the salad crops, which are the types of crops that tend to be grown in vertical farms because of their growth habit. And here we're looking to optimize the lighting and the irrigation, and also looking at the substrates that they're grown on to try and improve the overall sustainability and the crops that are grown and the quality of the crops and any nutrients in the crops. This is an example of a UKRI funded project that we're running at the moment, and we're using a strain of fungus from the to control cabbage stem flea beetle. and cabbage stem flea resistance. So here we're looking to see whether this particular fungus can be used on a field scale to control cabbage stem flea beetle. At the moment, we're just finishing the efficacy studies in the lab, which have shown great promise. So we're hopeful to have one day a biopesticide against cabbage stem flea beetle. Another project that we're doing with a small robot company is to identify the slugs using the small robot and cameras mounted on the front. And then as the robot travels over that area, then a spray boom on the back of the robot can direct a pathogenic nematode onto the slug. And then subsequently that controls the slug. So this is a type of precision agriculture, precision application. Moving away from ploughing towards min-till or no-till, and also looking at using drilling crops into beds of clover, for example. So here you can see the strip till based at Stockbridge Technology Centre, drilling into one crop into another crop. So this is looking to combine the effects of, for example, a leguminous crop and the nitrogen that's fixed by that crop to help the growth of subsequent cereal crops, for example. So there's a lot of interest in mixed cropping at the moment, getting away from the traditional monoculture that has dominated arable farming. Within vertical farming, then, it's important to look at the growing media that are being used, trying to get away from unsustainable sources. So here we have a project looking at the hydrogel growing media, along with the industrial partners you see there and Manchester University. So this is using a hydrogel which is recyclable, so it's sustainable. And if we're growing the crops with renewable sources of energy, then this is a way of reducing increasing the sustainability and reducing the need for transporting the crops from the farm to the retailer. And water efficiency is of key importance. We participated in this EU Horizon 2020 project with Stockbridge Technology Centre, looking at the drought stress of different tomato varieties grown in greenhouses, and as a way of reducing overall water, which is very scarce in a lot of the regions where tomatoes tend to be grown, such as North Africa and southern Spain. So thank you very much for your attention. That's a brief overview of CHAP. And yeah, we're always working towards a sustainable and resilient food production systems. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Richard, por
Thank you so much, Richard, for being with us this morning. Now we are going to have a question. In regards to this, smart agronomy, CHAP is already working in collecting information to inform decision-making in Latin America?
Not directly, no, but we have technologies that could easily be translated to Latin America. I think some of our partners that we're working with at the moment certainly have projects in North America, and I have discussed opportunities certainly in Latin America where they could be used in remote areas such as coffee growing areas of the Andes, and yeah, the technology is not easily transportable, but it can be done.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Vamos con una segunda pregunta
Perfect.
que nos hace el
There is a second question from the audience. These technologies have already been, are they already being used in the UK in a wide way, or are they still in a pilot phase?
Some of the technologies around real-time sport trapping and modeling of diseases for decision support are quite well used in the UK, and with companies such as a small robot company, then we're looking to roll out more of the detection platforms that can be used in the UK. I think to date, much of the technology around decision support and digital agronomy is looking at trying to predict the risk of pests and diseases based on historical data and models, which are continually being upgraded, updated. But there is a lot of interest in combining together the data that comes from the field to improve the modeling and improve the data that goes to the farmer, because at the end of the day, the farmer just wants a nice decision support. He doesn't want to have to troll through lots of different data from lots of different systems. He just wants a nice single platform and an easily interpreted decision.
Thank you so much, Richard, for accepting our invitation and especially for your talk.
Thank you very much.
Continuamos con la conferencia Agricultura.
Continuing with the conference, Generative Farming with James Standen from the University of Newcastle, which is an operation of mixed production in dairy, arable, and pork of 800 hectares located in 3 places of northern Berlin. James is responsible for the commercial operation rather than facilitating research and teaching in the farms that have began the transition towards a more generative system. Welcome, James.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. So just as a quick introduction, I'm James Standen. I'm the Farms Director for Newcastle University, and I've been in position for about 4 years now. When I wear my other hats, I also farm at home with my wife, and I sit on 1 or 2 committees with the NFU and HDB. What I'm just going to talk to you about is our transition to regenerative agriculture. some of the challenges we faced, and also some of the, I guess, some of our successes and failures, but also some of the research work that slots in around the work that we're doing. When I joined Newcastle University 4 years ago, the farm was run, the farms were run as 3 separate units. One with a dairy and arable, another one with a dairy and arable, and there was a pig unit. And so what we did 4 years ago was really think about how we wanted to function as a farm, how we wanted to deliver teaching and research, and so we restructured the farms. So we're over 3 sites, approximately 800 hectares, and we're in the northeast of England. And we are, one farm is 20 miles north of Newcastle, and the other farms, the other 2 blocks are about 11 miles west of Newcastle. So we're quite a wide geographic spread, but we wanted to farm it as one unit. So over the last 2 or 3 years, what we have done is transitioned from 3 separate units to one farming system running across all 3 blocks. And we have still got our arable and livestock, and our diversification, or some of our key activities are teaching and research. But what we also did was transition to regenerative agriculture. So when we sat down 3 years ago, we thought, how would we proceed? And I'm sure if you're familiar and read up on regenerative agriculture, you will have seen these sort of principles, how we wanted to farm. So we wanted to minimize soil disturbance. We were a plough power harrow based system, so a lot of soil inversion, and we went to a direct drill. The drill of our choice was John Deere 750A, and we've made a number of adaptations to that over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's now delivering what we need to. There's been other things as we've progressed. We wanted to add cover and catch crops into our rotation. That's probably the cover crops we've realized we need, because on our in the north of England will be a lot wetter than the south of England, for example, or the UK. And I need the moisture above the soil surface, not in the soil surface, otherwise I struggle with drilling. Catch crops have really come on, and I'll talk about some investments that we've made with CHAP to help us to try and deliver some of these cover and catch crops as we carry on our transition. We want a living soil, and that's probably become more important with the price that I'm now expected to pay for fertilizer. But it's very key that we wanted to use our natural resource as much as possible without harming it in terms of soil inversion. We really wanted to diversify our cropping. And I'll go into more detail a little later why we've done that, but we felt that large blocks of monoculture didn't help us achieve what we wanted to do environmentally as well as on the farm. So although we do grow bigger acreages of crops, we do split our blocks up, and we've started adding other crops in. And when I started this journey 3-4 years ago, the livestock and the arable systems are very much separate, and we wanted to integrate them. We've found that livestock really do invigorate soil, or really does invigorate soil rather, and it's really helped us in establishing good soil activity over the last couple of years. There's other principles that I'm sure we will add to that as we progress through this transition. And I think probably the one thing I haven't put down there is we wanted to be open and honest. So we have made through the university all of our data open to students and academics, but we also want to be open for people that ask questions, because we are a teaching and learning institution. As we progressed through over the last 3 years, we had to find our way, and there's no right way or wrong way to transition to regenerative agriculture. We think we've hit some bumps that other people have found very smooth, and we've ticked along quite nicely when other people have found challenges. And it was really about us finding our way. One of the things when we started, we didn't realize we would have two of the wettest years that we've ever had before and one of the driest summers that we've ever had before. So the weather really did put us under pressure as we've transitioned from plough, big soil inversion into direct drilling. And 2019, autumn 2019 was awful for us, really awful. We managed to get about 25% of our autumn crops drilled. And when we managed to drill in the spring in that very dry period, you can see on the rain chart there was nothing there. So our system wasn't ready for that. 2021 has been a better year for us. Our yields on wheat, having dipped over the last couple of years, have come back up to where we would like to see them. Our spring cropping is back up into the sort of levels we would expect as well. So we've come through, but what we found is that we had to build some resilience to the business, and we had to build the soil. Our soil just wasn't prepared to go direct drilling, and so we've had to work quite hard over the last 2 or 3 years to get the soil to where we want it to be, so that we can carry on down this approach. The other challenge that we did have is, and a bit of advice for everyone, I think, is you've got to bring the team with you. It's all well and good me saying I want to go down a regenerative agriculture approach and change my system, but if my team aren't with me and delivering or carrying out what needs to happen, it just won't work. And again, we probably went too quickly to start and I didn't bring everyone with me. But now we're all going along the same path, and we are speeding up. We can see the benefit. In terms of arable, I've obviously talked about cultivations, and we've moved to direct drilling, part of one of those key principles. What we have found is we have to be pragmatic with cultivations. 2019 and 20 were wet, and we damaged soil. We did damage soil structure. So we have had to cultivate. We try and cultivate as little as possible, but we did have to cultivate. We've added cover crops, catch crops, and we want those crops, their mix of crops, to be varied. And recently with CHAP, who you just heard from, Richard Glass, we've invested in some kit to help us do that. If you think in Northumberland, in the northeast where we are, I finished combining on the 2nd of November last year, and I finished combining on the 26th of September last year, and I finished drilling all of my autumn crops 4 or 5 days later this year. So there's very little opportunity once I've finished combining to get cover and catch crops in. So one of our methods around that is now to establish those crops into a standing crop. And again, it's going to that relay cropping, that building, always have a living soil, something growing in it. But we now have to establish crops, cover crops, before we've harvested. We're also planning on, we've also altered our rotation, our length of rotation when crops come round, and also with the types of crops that we grow. And that sort of helped us with a bit of business resilience. One of the things that we have added is, or increased, is our protein area. And that's partly for reasons to reduce fertilizer use, but also because we're feeding more proteins to our cattle. One of the things that you would have seen from Richard's presentation is that sort of intelligent agronomy, and we've overlaid precision with everything that we do. So not only are we recording the sort of yield from this regen and what the soil looks like in terms of health, but we're also taking other facts as well. We measure protein in crops, so we can look at that nitrogen use efficiency, and we are also variable rate as well. So we are overlaying some of this precision on probably not widely used within regenerative agriculture. Our dairy, we have changed from a sort of a high input, high output system into one that's rotational grazing. And we have some trials in place on rotational and mob grazing. Look at that in a UK dairying system, We also have some beef cattle on that system as well. What we've also done is improve sward diversity, and it's not involved in that trial, that's a separate trial, to try and increase the amount of variation in the soil so that the species do act at different depths in the soil. So we're not having to apply fertilizer, they're sucking up the nutrients that they need and distributing it to others. We've also grown more homegrown protein, and one of the things that we found in the university is we have 26,000 students, and meat became an issue 2 or 3 years ago in the UK around universities. So we've removed soya from our dairy rations, for example, because it might be more efficient, but it becomes a very emotive subject when you're talking about soy. So we grow most of that protein ourselves for our dairy unit on the farm. What we've also done is integrate livestock, and we do that in 2 or 3 different ways. In some respects, we grow a crop in one way. We grow a crop after the harvest, and we outwinter animals on arable ground. That helps us to reduce the burden on housing and the straw, and we're looking at the impact that might have on soil and yield afterwards. But we're also improving our use of slurry and farmyard manures. So, for example, we've invested in a John Deere Harvest Lab, which is a near-infrared sensor that measures the amount of slurry and the nutrients that are going on per unit area. So we're overlaying those key regenerative principles with some precision and data. And we really like what that's done for the soils, and we've used the livestock to reinvigorate 1 or 2 soils that have been that hadn't given a lot of life or yield under the old farming system. In terms of our pig production, our work here, really, rather than the regenerative approach, is more around efficiency and driving efficiencies for greenhouse gas, carbon, etc. We do a lot of work on health and welfare and a lot of data management within our pig unit. What we also have is some freedom farrowing systems. So it's that high welfare system that, but for an indoor herd. And we've done a fair bit of work with that in Newcastle. What we have tried to do throughout our commercial farming is really underpin and look to drive some of the teaching and research that's coming out of that's being delivered by the university. And we've looked at doing that in 2 or 3 ways. Number one, sort of mutual benefit. What can we both do to further that teaching and research? But also we've looked at it, how can the farm drive some of these ideas forward so the researchers can take them on? And we've, across the farm, as well as the whole farm platform being available for research, we've set up a number of long-term trials looking at some of these regenerative approaches. We have one trial that's been running for 15 years, for example, that it now looks at, has a rotation that matches the commercial farms, but also one that's a carbon building rotation, or one that, or the other rotations, one's organic and the other is using biologics only rather than conventional chemistry. We have an agroforestry platform we are establishing this spring. And so we've drilled the alleyways and the crops are going in the trees are going in next year. And so what we've tried to do is underpin that research, sometimes pump priming, but also sometimes testing. The one thing we really like to do is, where a good bit of research comes out, is try and implement that on the farm straight away. Just to wrap up with our journey to date and some of the other work, our next steps, where we think we're going with our regenerative journey. In the UK, there's a lot of talk around biodiversity net gain and carbon payments. And so we've entered into a couple of schemes to try and enhance those activities across the farm. And we've also tried to enable research to be built on some of those margins and wildlife areas. And so we think there's a market there. We're measuring our carbon, both in the soils and as a calculation across the entire farming business. And we hope to generate some income from that over the next couple of years when we're happy with entering the market, really. We are looking to, so those regenerative techniques are looking to add value. We've invested in a number of new bits of kit with CHAP, and we're a partner of CHAP to be able to do that. And that's going to help us set up a number of different trials in terms of strip tilling or establishing crops or adding nutrients and biopesticides or bionutrients to the crops before they're drilled or through the growing season. So we've got some new kit coming to enable us to sort of transition further and faster, we hope. What we're also looking at is trying to use some of the work we're doing to drive some efficiencies to help us with the challenges we're facing as a farm. So the high price of fertilizers. So we are looking to improve our nitrogen use efficiency, and we have 1 or 2 trials with different products and different methods of application ongoing that we can overlay with those regenerative approaches. We're also looking at that intelligence agronomy that was discussed earlier with diagnostics. So do we need to spray? If we do need to spray, what should we be spraying and how much, to try and reduce the pesticide and other inputs that we're putting on. So using that technology to be able to do that. And I think we've also, so we're trying to overlay that. And I think that one thing that our journey is, we're still learning. There's a lot out there that's going on. And we don't have everything right at the moment, but we're still learning. And I think it's probably it's that will keep us going over the next 5, 10, 15 years, sucking in research, trying to push it on a little bit further, is that it is a learning approach and there's no hard and fast rules. But we're enjoying it so far. I think that's it for me. I will stop sharing my screen. Stop share. There we go.
James, excelente presentación. Agradecemos por su participación.
James, great presentation. Thank you for your participation. And to all of you who are still with us now, we will have a Q&A. The first question for James is, other than your open data policy, which other spaces of letting other people know about these learnings and technologies does the university have?
That's a good question. So we've made our data openly available internally, and our plan is to make our data that we can open externally. It's a sort of a work in progress, but come back in probably, hopefully within the next 6 months, and we'll try to give website access to a lot of our data. But if you need something or want it directly in the interim, please do contact me and we'll try and give it to you. So I think it's a transition, and there's more to come that we can make it more available.
Gracias. Próxima pregunta.
Thank you. Next question. How can we prepare ourselves in Latin America for phenomena such as the dry periods that you experienced in the UK in 2019?
That's a very good question, and I will put my hands up and say we weren't ready for it. What we learned afterward is that we would need to get ready for the next one, and so what we have tried to do is build more resilience in the soil so that our soil can cope with wet weather and also dry weather, from water retention when it's dry, but also good infiltration rates. And so we put measurements to, we put some measurements and some metrics behind that one, and we try and get students involved as much as possible to do those tests. As I say, we weren't ready for it, and it came as a bit of a shock to our system. And I think it's probably not it's having a plan A, but also a plan B and a C and a D, because plan A and B don't always work, and you need that backup. And as like I say, we made one or two mistakes, and we're still learning.
Muy bien. Vámonos con
Very well. So let's go on to the last question for James. What strategies can we apply now to start measuring the carbon emissions in agricultural crops in the region?
That's a good question, and one I didn't cover, but we do carry out on the farm. So we have, in the UK, I have 4 carbon calculators that I can use as a business. And because of various demands and projects I'm using about 3 of those. So I enter the same data. And the calculators probably aren't as accurate as they should be, but they give me a baseline and give me areas for my business to identify. And the key thing, once I've done one type of calculator, I need to keep going. So I'm looking at trends. I think that's one thing I'm doing as a farming business that you can do, hopefully, as a farming business. My challenge back to the academics is that they should be getting better metrics and better systems for me to measure carbon. I don't believe the carbon's fairly reflected in my dairy system, and I don't think the carbon's fairly reflected in my arable system. So my challenge back to the academics, that's that push and pull that we are in quite a fortunate position to be able to do, is to go and challenge them and say, is that carbon calculation right? Should we be changing it so the calculators become more accurate? So again, it's pick a calculator, stick with it so you can see the trend for your business and look at the areas you need to address, and then challenge the academics to improve the metrics, and they will improve.
James, thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you for being with us today, and all of you for being connected.
Thank you.
Estamos próximos a finalizar nuestro...
We're almost coming to the close of our academic agenda, and we'd like to welcome Andrew Hall with his conference, Robotic Fungicide Application, Small Robot Company. Andrew is a technical leader at Small Robot Company, leading a prototype creation team that works in non-chemical weeding, precision spraying, soil detection, and 5G, among other things. Welcome, Andrew, to Connect Agro Series.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen? Super. So, as I was just introduced, I'm Andy Hall. I work at Small Robot Company. We're a small agri-tech startup based in the UK. but we've got several projects which go on around the world. We're using robotics to create a new model for regenerative and profitable farming, enabling farmers throughout the world to grow more crops while reducing the inputs. Why are we doing this? Well, we're seeing that the farming system in the UK and worldwide isn't working as well as it should do. A key problem is that the farms aren't profitable. Farmers are making money, but the government's having to subsidise them to actually make any money. We're finding that there's a massive increase in resistant weeds, so weeds that are resistant to herbicides. The costs have increased by 150% in the last 20 years, but the actual profit that people are making hasn't increased. The crop prices haven't gone up. A frightening statistic for us is that 50% of global topsoil has been lost because of intensive farming. And soil compaction is a major issue for farmers throughout the world, and certainly within the UK. Lots of people have been talking about the regenerative farming, and it's key to what we're trying to do. We believe that the whole ecosystem, the entire food ecosystem is changing, and we're calling this the fourth agricultural revolution. And everybody's going to be, who's involved in farming, is going to be affected by this. And we're trying to enable the transition to a more environmentally sustainable way of farming. And lots of people are starting this. We see them as real pioneers, and we're aiming to enable them on this. To do this, we've got a suite of robots. And just a little video here to show what's going on. So this is our Tom robot. Now, Tom is small and lightweight. The ground pressure is less than somebody walking on the field. So if you can walk on the field, the robot can go on the field without causing any damage. At the top, we've got a load of cameras. We've got 6 cameras, and we've got a really, really precise GPS system. And if you can imagine, this is Google Earth on steroids. So Tom can take the photographs down to a blade of grass, and we can accurately geolocate them. This information is uploaded to Wilma, which we'll show a picture of in a minute, and Wilma is the advice engine. This enables a farmer to sit in his office, and he can go down, and Wilma will have identified weeds or emerging crop or slugs, and he'll be able to say, actually, yes, I want to go and treat in this area. And one of the ways we can treat it, and this is our prototype Wilma robot, Dick. And Dick, in this case, is fitted with electric weeding. So we've identified where the weeds are on the farm, and Dick is then able to move into that area and is able to go, and in this case, we're putting a high voltage through the weeds, which is enabling us to kill the weeds without using any pesticides. The other robots which we've got available to us, we've got Harry, which is at a real prototype stage, which will be a planting robot, and Wilma. And here's Wilma. So this is some of the typical information that Wilma would throw up. The farmer can go onto Wilma, see all these detections. All the detections can then be clicked on, and the farmer can then go and have a look and say, actually, yep, I've got a load of weeds, or I've got emerging wheat here, or I've got a set of slugs, which enables everybody to be able to do the work. Craig, one of the farmers in our group, is working with us a lot of the time, and he's really keen on the fact that he wants to be able to not take action. So, as Tez would say, the best form of service is no service at all. It's the same for Craig. He wants to have confidence to be able to go and say, actually, I don't need to go and spray herbicide in this field. I don't need to go and actually use any fertilizer in this particular part of the field. And we're really trying to give him the tools to support him on that. If we have to go and take action, then we've developed Spraybot. And Spraybot takes the information from Wilma and will know that in top left-hand corner of a field, there is a problem. That problem could be slugs, it could be it needs fertilizer, it could be that we need to apply fungicide. So we've built a detect and spray. So what we can see here is the robot has detected, in this case, a white spot on the ground. And as the robot drives over that white spot, we're able to fairly accurately spray that white spot with whatever we want. We've developed the AI and the spraying system together so that we have the AI sits on the robot, a camera sits at the front of the robot and tells the robot exactly where to spray. So why are we doing that? Well, we believe that 90% of the fertilizers that are applied are actually wasted because they're applied away from the plant, and a lot of it is actually washed away. And in our surveys, we found that 84% of farmers are actually looking for new ways to use less chemicals. So we could use any application where we need to actually come close to a per plant, to take per plant action is what we're after. So the way it works, we train the AI to detect an object. That could be a pest. So we've done a lot of work, as you heard earlier on from Richard, with slugs, and developed a slug spraying robot. It could be a disease, it could be a plant disease. So we're working on other projects where we're using multispectral cameras to detect early signs of disease. And then from that, the robot can then take action to actually treat individual plants or individual pests, not the entire field. So you no longer have to go and blanket spray an entire field. That has tremendous possibilities because it would mean that you're not spraying things unnecessarily. So the buildup of weed resistance to weed killers is going to be reduced. It will help with costs. And also when you're in environmentally sensitive areas, it will reduce the need for using nasty chemicals. And a particular one for us is metaldehyde for slugs, which has caused all sorts of problems in the UK in polluting waterways, and has now led to it being banned. We think that by reducing the amount that has to be sprayed, we can save those bans in the future. Sorry, the other thing I'd like to show on there, on the picture on the left is the next version of the big spidery robot that we saw in the previous video. So this is our next one, which we're calling Jack Alpha at the moment. And on that, we can mount any platforms. And you can see there, we've got the electric weeding platform mounted underneath, where we can take action on individual weeds, or we could mount a precision spraying platform on there as well. We believe that it is possible to grow crops in a carbon positive manner. And people have been talking about it in this conference, and that we believe there's a load of potential for carbon to be stored in the soil. So the carbon that's used to do the farming could be stored, and even more on top of that. And there's started to become lots and lots of money for farmers in actual carbon sequestration. Another project that we're working on, which leads into that, is being able to pull together soil health intelligence. And we're working with PES Technologies on that. They're developing a volatile organic compound sensor. So it's an electronic nose. And we're working with them to be able to take samples, geolocate those samples in the field, upload the data to our farm information system, and that will enable the farmer to know what the health of the soil is at all the various points. From that, he can then go through and he can take the appropriate action on those bits of the field. And again, not treating the entire field, just treating the small bits that he needs to treat, or in an ideal world, not doing any treatment at all. We believe there's a massive opportunity in the UK for farmers to be able to sequestrate carbon dioxide and get money for it, reducing carbon dioxide emissions globally. It's one of the things that a lot of people at Small Robot Company are really keen on, is protecting the environment. Along with all those other things, there's lots of small things that we try to do as a company. On the big prototype robot, we've used a lot of recycled Tesla batteries on there. We use lithium polymer batteries to charge laptops. We use a lot of aluminium in our robots, which is easily recyclable. We do a lot of 3D printing, and we're using recyclable and recycled 3D filament. And it's small things like having a composting at work. So we believe lots of small acts add up to one big act. We've got a collaboration with Space-Time Labs in Latin America. And we're working with them to integrate the data that they produce into our Wilma system, into our Wilma platform, and again, driving forwards our per plant farming solutions. So overall, we're working with farmers to try and reduce arable emissions. We're providing data to farmers on a per plant basis to be able to see. There we go. So the farmers can actually see data on individual plants and take action on individual plants. We're enabling them to make an informed decision, and hopefully one of those decisions will be, in many cases, to do nothing and to only do action on the things that they need to do. If they do need to take action, we've developed it so that they'll be able to take per plant action, not treat an entire blanket spray an entire field. We want them to be able to deal with an individual weed or an individual plant or an individual crop. And that's everything for me. So I'll just stop sharing.
Le damos las gracias a Andrew.
We really want to thank Andrew for his presentation, for being with us this morning. And now we're going to have some questions from the audience. First one, aside from reducing human capital, do you have data on the impact of these robots on the profitability of crops?
Not yet. We're in a trial phase at the moment. We've done models which will say we should increase the yield and reduce the impact, but we don't have a good number yet to actually say this is how much money we're going to save the farmer. But for the whole system to work, we need to be able to make money, and the only way we can make money is by enabling the farmer to make money and save money. And hopefully, by reducing the inputs, we can enable that to happen.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Vamos.
Very well, thank you. Now we have a second question. What extension can you cover with one of your robots?
So our robots are designed to cover 20 hectares in 8 hours. So we're aiming at for the surveying robots, that would be what it is. Obviously, we can increase that. If we run with a robot, we can run 24 hours a day. Once the legislation's changed to allow us to do that. For the weeding and the per plant action robots, it's a bit of a different question. And the model for doing that is actually quite complicated and really relies on us understanding what's the distribution of weeds and what's the distribution of pests. So if the pests are at a nice even 3 per square meter throughout the field, it's not worth using a robot to do that. You may as well continue with the conventional techniques. But what we're seeing from the initial data is that we see patches of weeds, we see patches of disease, we see patches of slugs. And in that case, we just go to that area and treat that area really, really intensively.
Muchas gracias. Vamos entonces con nuestra
Thank you. And now for our last question for Andrew. How does the robot works in surfaces at height or with high plants? Can you do that in mountain areas?
So the current robots are designed for working in slopes up to 20 degrees. And because it's from a kind of a high point, working in mountains, it's battery powered, so there's no problems with power or anything like that. Working in crops, we've designed the robots to be able to run over crops. So with a low ground pressure and up to growth stage 31 on in wheat, you don't do any damage. If you're running through the crops after that point, you are doing damage. So it's designed to run over crops that can withstand the damage initially. In time, we may move to running in the tram lines that are already there, or with the more regenerative farming, as people have a better soil basis, our thought is that the damage won't be a problem.
Muchas gracias, Andrew. Estas fueron todas las preguntas que tuvimos de parte de nuestro.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Those were all the questions that we have from the audience. Thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure.
Para finalizar el día de
To
hoy,
end today's session, we now have Andy Shaw with his presentation, Price, Information Service about Pest Risks. Andy is the director and main consultant of Assimila Ltd, a company from United Kingdom that is specialized in monitoring, modeling, and environmental prediction. Welcome, Andy.
Hi, thank you. Nice to join you. And can you see my presentation okay? Yes, that's a nod. Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of a team. I represent Assimila. As you heard, we specialize in environmental modeling using satellite remote sensing, weather, climate data, all kinds of environmental and geospatial data. But we're working very closely with CABI, an international agronomy research and information organization, whose one of their specialisms is helping smallholder farmers around the world deal with pest risk. And as some of you may know, pests and diseases can lead to up to 40% of crop losses around the world. So we're trying to bring information technology to bear to provide advisory services that allow farmers to act sooner and more efficiently to deal with pests and disease risks before they occur. Let me see if I can get this moving. So the project itself is funded by the UK Space Agency. It was a 5-year project. We're coming towards the end now, from the International Partnership Programme. We're working in 4 countries in Africa: Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, and Malawi. And we're combining quantitative observations from remote sensing, particularly in the thermal range. So we're looking at mainly temperature-driven models. And CABI's role is to develop the models that we drive temperature through to give us an assessment of how quickly pests might be developing in any location. And then we use that to inform through an advisory service to give farmers a time to act according to the models, depending on whether we think they should be seeing maximum larval incidence, as we call it, or an early time to kill. Most farmers only have limited resources, and we're trying to help them maximize the use of their limited resources to intervene at just the right time. So I'll explain in this presentation very quickly how we try to do that. First of all, we bring together a whole network of expertise. So we in Asimila, we bring together the Earth observation and weather data, that kind of thing. We have access to more than 30 years of data from all over the world, so it's a scalable system that we use. We bring in modeling expertise. CABI have entomologists and modelers in their group, but we have other partners at the University of Cambridge and others who we work with. We work with data set providers and in country, so in all the countries. Mostly it's government organizations, particularly in Kenya and Zambia. We work very closely with CalRO and ZARI in those two countries. And then in terms of disseminating the information that we generate from the models, we partner with local organizations, often NGOs who are using SMS or WhatsApp or tablet-based solutions to go and engage with farmers and disseminate the messages to them. We're also experimenting with farm radio. So, as alluded to already, the aim is to help our farmers take action against a pest or disease at a time when it's going to be most effective. And we're trying to help them move away from curative action, trying to deal with a pest once it's already appeared, to more preventative control. So CABI has something called the Knowledge Bank, which is part of their plant-wise program. And this has advice for a whole range of crops and pest types, that if you can intervene at the right time, you can take very simple actions to deal with most pest occurrences. And then curative control using chemical solutions or whatever should really only be the last resort. Initially, in this project, we've been targeting smallholder growers in the sort of mixed maize system across Africa. It's a very common system where maize is grown as a wide area crop, but they're also cultivating other commodities such as bean and tomato for local or their own consumption. The models are meant to provide data that's actionable. So we link the information to a typical crop calendar, knowing when planting and crop management and harvesting are likely to occur. So we try to provide information that gives actionable information at just the right time. And behind the scenes, this is all running off something that we call our AgroMet data cube. So we've collected a wide variety of data through time. It creates this idea of a cube of data through time, which we then take out all the complexity of running the models through on the data through time. And we combine different types of data in different ways as we go according to the model. So this rather complicated diagram shows you some of the aspects of the system, and I'm going to take you through part by part what goes on here. So in terms of some of the data sources that we get access to, from Earth observation, we now have more satellites than ever circulating the globe. They operate in a whole variety of temporal and spatial resolutions, giving you lots of different types of data, such as land surface temperature. Temperature is very important to us because we use the concept of day degree modeling to drive the pest models. Most pests develop on a quite well understood basis in terms of how many degree days it takes for a pest to go from egg through larvae to adult stage. But we also use the contextual information on things like precipitation. So we're monitoring when things like the growing seasons are really starting, whether they're early or being delayed, and a whole variety of other vegetation related data sets. That's some of the data that we use. The modeling side is probably most important. That's where we process data to produce knowledge and information that we can act upon. This slide shows you some of the crops and pests species that we're developing the approach for. It's quite a limited range to begin with, but the encouraging results that we've had so far mean that we are expecting to broaden the crops and pests that we work with. But many of you will know, for instance, some of the highlights here. Fall armyworm has been a major problem affecting growers across the world. So we now have a well-adapted model for fall armyworm and its impact on maize. Bean, tomato, so tutor absoluta on tomato is a particularly big problem across Africa, bean fly for beans. We're starting now also to move into pathogen modeling. So angular leaf spot on beans, grey leaf spot on maize. So the list is quite limited at the moment, but it's going to grow. We've tried to focus on the ones that lead to the majority of losses and learn from working on those, and we'll work from there in the future. I won't go too much into the models. That's how the models themselves really work. That's the expertise of Cabby. We really, as I mentioned, trying to work out when the most damaging stages of pest development will be given a planting date, and using the data and against a history of, say, 30 years of what we would normally expect to be the development cycle of a pest, and then to look at the data from the current season to see whether they might be developing sooner or later than from the model, so that we can time the advisory or intervention more accurately. We've developed a range of models. Again, I can't go into all of them. They're very phenological models, which link the growth stage of the pest with the phenology of the crops. We also have a variety of statistical models that try to assess how large the population of that pest might be and whether it's going to be above or below average from normal. Obviously, more pests could lead to more damage and also more reproduction, and if out of control, could get a lot worse. So we're trying to model in a range of ways. We do this across 3 agroecological zones. We've done a lot of field work with partners in our partner countries, such as Kenya and Zambia. And I've mentioned there are 3 manuscripts in publication now, so soon you'll be able to read a lot of the underlying science and the data that we've used to judge for yourselves if these models are accurate. We believe that they are. Back to the main slide. So we've collected the data, we've run the data through the models, and then we produce all kinds of outputs. Some of them are map type outputs. This is an example of counties in Kenya. And how I can't remember what the particular pest is on this one. It's a maximum larval incidence product. So we're trying to determine, this is for fall armyworm, trying to determine which counties have the higher risk of a major outbreak of fall armyworm. So we can present things in a graphical way, but often the data is boiled down to a simple SMS message. And this is where we work with third-party partners such as Precision Agriculture for Development in Kenya, or ZMS in Zambia, and they take our outputs and then we boil it down to a very simple message. So an example is just given here in the slide about, if you've planted at this time, we recommend that you take action in the next few days. Obviously, an SMS is limited to how much information you can give, so which is why we also have a bulletin style service. This is given to extension officers, such as Cabby's own PlantWise plant doctors, but we work very closely with extension services from government agencies. And here you can, in a tablet form, you can get a little bit more contextual information, the actual maps, and a kind of a broad assessment of what the current status of any pest situation will be. And these bulletin products will also give you a lot more about what kind of actions you might take, and what the priorities might be if you want to take a more sustainable approach. Like I say, leaving the chemical intervention to becoming the last resort. And these are called pest management decision guides. And these are often worked with farmers in sort of a village context, where they come together for sort of sessions to talk about the problems that are being faced in the community. We also have an app for Telegram and WhatsApp, so a variety of different ways we disseminate information. Here's a screenshot just showing you a little bit more about the kind of data that's provided. Again, there's a combination of map data, things to look for, what a farmer might want to be checking. So the complex data is set in the context of some good advice, things to look for, trying to make it very simple for farmers to take action. By having the connection to farmers through things like SMS or WhatsApp groups, we can get a response from farmers. So we have this idea of crowdsourcing coming into the system. So we can ask questions such as, have you seen fall armyworm on your maize in the past week? And then a very simple way of saying yes, no, or haven't had a chance to check. And hopefully, as we scale up the system and roll it out to more and more farmers, we're working in Kenya now with Calro to distribute these kind of messages to more than 300,000 farmers. Hopefully, with a lot of farmers feeding back to us, we're going to build up a very rich resource of actual observations on the ground. Of course, you can't see a fall armyworm from space. We're really modeling the environmental context, But that combined with real observations on the ground, if farmers say yes or no, I have or haven't seen these things, is going to hopefully over time create for us a very rich database of information that will improve the models, but in itself could become a very valuable tool for those who are looking for more strategic ways of dealing with these pests. We've been inquiring with the farmers all the way along about who's using what and whether it's been successful for them. Feedback to date, even though we're still in early days, has been very positive. That 59% of farmers have changed their practices based on the messages, and things like changing their spraying dates and the like. So, and this year we should be, even with, despite COVID and the restrictions in field work, we should be getting soon much more feedback on the actual economic impact and the improvement in loss statistics. And anecdotal evidence is suggesting that because of better action, farmers are losing less of their crops and taking better action. So we're confident that the system is positive. So that's the quick overview of PRIZE. We're starting with Cabby to explore some other similar type things. So one of our projects is now called BioSuccess, where we're trying to increase the confidence in the use of biopesticides. Biopesticides are another living organism and are not effective everywhere all the time. So we're using the same kind of approach to model temperature profiles to advise when a biopesticide will or will not be helpful, and also to help farmers use them at the right time, because unlike a chemical, they don't work instantaneously. They will take a few days to take effect. So we're trying to educate farmers as how to use a biopesticide and use it successfully to get maximum kill. We're working on things like smart coffee for global coffee production in Colombia as well, where we're looking at particularly more about climate parameters, trying to anticipate where climate change will lead to coffee being unrealistic in certain areas. Here's something just a bit fun to look at towards the end now. I mentioned we're starting to get into pathogen modeling. And this is an example of taking a model from Dan Beber at Exeter University, looking at coffee leaf rust. And with 30 years of data on a daily basis, we can run the data through the model to get a day-by-day picture of when the conditions for infection of this particular rust were optimum. The example you're seeing here is for the whole of Kenya through just 1 year. And we've got 2 locations on the map, Kitale and Nyeri. And as each day goes by, we're accumulating risk. And it shows in this case that Kitale is in a much more high risk zone than Nyeri. So it's just another little example of the way we're going with sort of dynamic data across wide areas for pest and disease risk. So there we go. I'm just about finished now. Very pleased to have presented to you. I hope that was enjoyable. If you're interested in working with us, lots of ways that we could help you. Early warning for pest and disease, looking at intervention efficiency, and hopefully looking to embed this kind of complex models into simple but effective information dissemination systems. So thank you very much for your time. It's really a pleasure to present to you today. Thank you.
Andy, muchísimas gracias por estar con
Andy,
nosotros.
thank you so much for being here with us today. We have several questions from our audience. Thank you for being so connected to the presentations, everyone. Okay, so we now have the first one. How can we access AgriMet Data Cube? Are they open data?
The AgriMet data, yeah, most of the data that is in the cube is open source. So we get most of our data from open sources through the Copernicus satellite program and the climate service. The software in the cube is our own software. We've had to create it because nothing was available to do so. And it's not yet, we haven't scaled it up to make the data cube available to everyone everywhere. We're quite a small company, but we are seeing that a lot of people are asking the question that, you know, you're making access to data easier. We'd like to have access to that data ourselves. So the data cube is quite straightforward to set up and optimize in any location. The data is available on a global basis. It's just about helping you set it up in a location of your interest, whether that's a single location or across a region or a country, in which case, come and talk to us, and we'd love to talk to you about what your needs are.
Thank you very much. Now we have another question. This type of analysis, of risk analysis, can they be used by insurance companies to create coverage insurance for pests or against pests?
That's a really good question, and we have spoken to insurers in Africa, to Pula, to Blue Marble, and to Acre Africa. I think the jury's out just now whether we have the data that's good enough for, what is it? I suppose risk analysis to be done. The problem is there's not been good quality in situ observations for the last 30 years. So I think it's down to whether you believe that our models are accurate enough to capture the risk profile that you're looking at, and whether you're trying to price a risk, whether it's about loss adjustment and looking at actual damage. There's a whole variety of questions. So I think we're not there yet. We don't know if we've got the answer, but I did attend a Syngenta Foundation meeting on this in Basel a couple of years ago. I know it's a big live issue. So we hope and we think that the models are effective enough to be able to start looking at risk from an actuarial or loss adjustment point of view. So again, if you're interested, come and talk to us and we can show you what we do and see if you feel that the data is what you need it to be.
Moving on with our next question, in terms of sustainability, how will this project keep working in terms of data recollection and sensitivity or sensibilizing small producers once the funding of 2022 is up?
Yeah, that's the big question. In fact, I've just had a meeting today with my CABI colleagues about this. So we're looking at various models. We think that there's going to be different models for different communities. So for smallholders in areas that we've been working in, we feel that the future is probably going to rest on donor support for some time to come. We don't know if we've got enough for smallholders themselves to pay for the service. So we're looking now to develop what the real cost model is for this. I think it's a numbers game. If we can scale this system up to make it available to many farmers, the cost per farmer is obviously going to come down. It doesn't scale linearly. So like I say, in Kenya, we're looking at distributing messages to 300,000 farmers. Now, I think that the cost per farmer is therefore going to be very low. So whether it's a donor coming in and saying, well, given the benefits that the farm will receive, it's worth us spending donor resource to support that, or whether someone can help us look at what a commercial service might look like that is accessible to smallholders, that's a live issue right now. Alongside the smallholder advisory service that I showed you, we are looking at then other commercial applications, whether we spin off into commercial crops such as coffee, tea, cocoa, for which these techniques will work, and we can start developing these as commercial services and use that to underwrite the service to smallholders, or whether the insurance question's been raised, or whether there are services for the likes of seed providers or input manufacturers who just want to access our data to look at, well, where actually are the risks geographically, spatially, and should we be targeting our solutions and our products in different ways? So I think there's lots of ways that commercial providers could come and help us, but it is a live question right now, and the next 6 months will be quite fun as we talk about that.
And we have more questions.
Cool.
Can we apply those models to other countries? Do we need suppliers that are high quality in terms of data?
Certainly from the data cube point of view, the data is there. Global climate and weather models, Earth observation is globally available. So in terms of having the data to run through the pest models, that's all there. The question then is, do we need to optimize or tweak the pest model to meet the conditions in which the pests in your region develop? So we like I say, we mentioned this day degree model. So you have a minimum and an upper threshold. Now, fall armyworm in one country might develop slightly differently in another regime where maybe the humidity or the whatever is slightly different. So the question would be, if you've got different thresholds and parameters that we need to use, great, we can then repurpose the data, run it through the models, create the records for your location. If it's a slightly different pest, then I would suggest we look at a similar pest that we've already worked on, see if we can adapt the solution. If we need to generate a model specifically for a particular pest that you're concerned about, we probably need to look at a period of research to get those parameters, unless you already have them available. So definitely high quality data is good. We want to do good science with good errors and error characterization. Like I say, we will be publishing in the literature very soon 3 of the models that I've mentioned. So that will give you a chance to look at how the work has been done and whether you've got the data that could easily be given to us to work with. So I hope that's a clear enough answer, but there's lots we can do.
Ahora vamos con nuestra última pregunta.
Now we have our final question from the audience. Do you plan to operate in Latam?
We're already doing some work in Latin America. We have, I mentioned a coffee project in Colombia. The name of the company escapes me. We would love to do more work in Latin America. CABI is an international organization with lots of government members, and I think they have a few government members across Latin America. I can't name them off the top of my head. We would certainly love to bring prize to Latin America if at all possible. So please come and talk to us about that. And I'd certainly like to come and experience that part of the world for myself.
Thank you very much, Andy, for your participation and for being here with us today.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
And here we finalize our first session of the Connect Agro series, Clean Technology and Smart Agriculture Edition, UK LATAC. The event that looks to show how through innovation, technology, and the experience of the UK, we contribute to the transition towards agriculture that is resilient and climate smart. We thank all of the speakers and all of the attendees who made this event possible, and to the Embassy of the UK in Latin America and the Caribbean for betting on building a better sector. We will see you again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Colombian time with an agenda that will be focused on manufacturing and sustainable supply chains for the agri-food industry. Have a great day, everyone.